Honorable members, good morning. And welcome to Honorable Kubeka to the third term. I was talking to him, so Honorable Neil May, he was supposed to be with us, you remember, and Honorable Pila was there. And then he decided to take it upon himself to solve some of the country's toughest problems. So I see he survived. He's back in one piece. So thank you for, Yeah, no. He decided to wait in, so thank you for doing that. At least when people say, "Abasebenzi labantu beParliament," I'll say, You know, taxpayers can be demanding. Yeah, no, never work here. No, I can see because the problem is not there anymore. So thank you very much. Honorable members, thank you. So the Auditor-General will get here at 10. And I thought that for best use of our time, we will, before she gets here, just work through the changes which said the team would make to our presentation to reflect the conversation that we had yesterday. So that's the first thing. The second thing is they also went and in line with our guidance. So shame, they were here. What time did you guys leave? Like 5 o'clock. They sat here and they worked through everything, including working through I keep forgetting this term. What's it called? Study tour. Yes. So including the study tour stuff to give us the options that we need, and they've done so. So perhaps before the AG gets here, we work through that business so that we can adopt it with amendments. So what the team would do would then, on the basis of the strategy, then develop the APP for the committee, and then we would also just adopt that at a later stage. But at least the strat would be complete. The forward from the chair to the strategy would then be informed by our deliberations here. That's why I didn't write it. That's why I didn't write the forward, because we haven't had the discussion, because it needs to reflect the discussions of the committee in the session. So thanks very much, Ndando. Shall we work through the changes? So if you recall, honorable members, we had said that we want to sharpen our focus rather than deal with themes broadly, because we end up with too many. So what is in red is a reflection of our conversation. So I do need the members, if there's anything that we are not getting right, to say, so that the team can correct it. The electricity, we said Eskom remains important. Yesterday. And then we said municipalities, we said specific focus on service and the financial management. So we said district municipalities because of the link to one of the theme of water. So in fact, left out water boards. So focus on water boards, the worst performing water boards. Then we said we would focus on district municipalities for two reasons. One, the relationship with water, and also the fact that we said we'd look at human rights impact, and water is one of those. You can't do without water. So we would look at that. So we still look at the local sphere as well. We then said with the Department of Higher Education and Training, we would look at the National Skills Fund, still NSFAS, because it's important. The SETAs, we choose the worst performing SETAs and make sure that we focus on them for the next, until 2029. Employment and labor, we said we'll do regular oversight and quarterly progress reports. Transport and logistics, the RAF will soon fall under regular. Once we've done the inquiry, we're done. PRASA, we're keeping tabs on those. It affects millions of South Africans. So it's important that we keep tabs on that. Secondly, there are also recent issues. They're coming here next week. The issues with those trains are quite serious. the train refurbishment. It's something that arises out of our oversight visit that we had, because we looked at them, we asked some questions. The answers we now see relative to what they told us earlier don't match, and we now need to make sure that there's accountability for that. They're coming Wednesday on? Next week, Wednesday, precise here for that. So, and then we said the Road Traffic Management Corporation, actually, not agency. We're going to look at recent issues because there have also been issues there. South African Airways, regular oversight. Transnet, we keep on because of its criticality to the economy and the fact that there are ongoing issues at Transnet. Basic education, we said we picking scholar transport and the National School Nutrition Program specifically. This does not mean we don't deal with upcoming issues. Defense portfolio, worst performer in terms of audit outcomes. If we did not look at that portfolio, we really would be remiss in our responsibilities, tough as it is. We then said under communication and digital technologies, the SA Post Office / Post Bank ecosystem, we need to look at very carefully. There continues to be distressing information that comes from that ecosystem, so we need to continue with that. Department of Health, we said we look at medical legal claims. Department of Social Development, SASSA in particular. DPSA, specifically the vetting of officials. Vetting in many ways, it's not just improper conduct, it's qualifications, it is setting standards for who should serve, whether as an accounting officer, similar level roles, on boards, etc. Like, you know, these administrators and things, for instance. So we need to hold the Department of Public Service Administration close. We also said the reason is that the minister, so the legal path from state security to ourselves for the vetting is that the state security agency does this work primarily for DPSA. They will give the information to DPSA. DPSA must come and account to us on an aggregate basis. For the specific institutions, we will then deal with the accounting officers. But if we want a full picture, DPSA are the ones who must come and deliver the reports here. Then we get around the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence issue. We get the information and the accountability without needing to go around that issue. The national lotteries issue, we said we would follow up. Two things. One is the issues that we were dealing with here when they came. Secondly, there was that issue that Honorable Neil May raised yesterday. And then there is a Government Pensions Administration Agency. They are in the news. And I've said I would had a quick conversation with the Finance Minister. I have a proper conversation with him on Thursday about this, and him coming to the committee to account for this and a number of issues. The IFMS issues, the blacklisting, etc., arise from there. So, colleagues, that was our discussion yesterday. These are our focus areas. I think what we need to put somewhere there in Dando is that we then said we would have sufficient flexibility to deal with issues that arise so that we are responsive. The GPAA is an example of doing that, but I think we need to just put in there that we'll have sufficient flexibility to deal with issues that arise quickly. There was also where we spoke about the way we work, and the reports, the reporting and so on. Is it still coming? Other discussion matters. Okay, let's go back to focus areas. I just want to be clear from the members that we are not leaving anything out, because after this we will only then review annually. But that was our discussion yesterday. Are we happy, members? Thank you. Okay, let us then move on to the other areas. Yes. So I mentioned the Finance Minister, that's National Treasury. The centralization, if you remember, we had that conversation. So on the same day, we'll just break up our conversation into two. One we discuss before tea, the other we discuss after tea. So that is the centralization, and the public electronic tender system, and so on. You know, I know I'm digressing, members, but I was talking to someone. You know, people stop me on the street, so I don't know the person's name, and he told me about a very interesting model. That I think the country is Canada. So when they evaluate bids, you know, there are different criteria for evaluating the bids. So they then don't allow the same committee to evaluate all the different parts. So the scoring is done by groups, let's say 3 groups who don't know each other, Each one scores, and then you then tally up the scores. In that way, it's not possible to collude because you don't know who's doing section 2 of the thing. You don't know who's doing section. You're only dealing with section 3. And then they tally up the thing, and it makes it very difficult for people to just capture that one entity. You have to try and capture all 3. And then they place them in different parts of the country or province. So the people who deal with a certain theme might be in eThekwini, the other group is in Cape Town, and the other group is in Joburg. So you really have to work hard if you are a crook to find all of them and capture all of them. It becomes very difficult. So it's one of the, you know, and then the information is also public. So you can go, even before the tender is awarded, you can see what the scoring, where the thing is, what the scoring is. Oh yeah, no, it's fantastic. So it's transparency as well. So anyway, there are things to learn from other places. So we then said we would deal with the SIU AGSA funding model because these institutions are owed money by various institutions. So we need to initiate a discussion both within Parliament but also with the Finance Minister. I'm suggesting that when the Finance Minister is here, we also put him on the spot on the same thing. And just ask him a simple question. Is there a legal impediment to us having a situation where these institutions are properly funded? For those who are wondering, the gentleman is from the Auditor-General's office. Because normally we know Mr. Tikubu who sits there. So Mr. Maluka is from the AG, he's just arranging the AGs coming here. So the Parliamentary Budget Office and so on will do that process. And then the SIU to provide a general overview to be taken up with the relevant institutions, DPSA, COCTA, and so on, in terms of their investigations. Now, one of the things we said, we would also just have a working procedure with the SIU where they are able to give us sufficient information out of their ongoing investigations to conduct oversight in the meantime without interfering with the investigation. Otherwise, if we wait too long, then we might be late. Then the joint oversight. Honorable Kupeka, there was a spirited conversation yesterday about the recent joint oversight. We are not going to have that conversation again. Suffice to say, we have agreed that where there's joint oversight, it will be because we have invited the other people to join ours so that we can do the deep dive we do. Instead of, you know, too little time, too rushed, one question, you know, we need to interrogate. 1 minute, we need to interrogate matters properly. So that's what we agreed unanimously. So that's what we're going to do. And then we spoke about future capacity building training for members and staff. We'll talk about the study tour just now. Collaboration with academic and research institutions. We did place an emphasis. I think we can leave it general for the study. We did place an emphasis, for instance, about the institutions supporting democracy, the data that they've got, what academic institutions they've got, what other research institutions they've got, especially when it relates to parts of the country where information about citizens is usually difficult to get. So in the Eastern Cape, we made an example. There used to be something called the Public Service Accountability Monitor. Very good data about rural communities and the effect of government decision making and so on. So we spoke about the mechanism for state security oversight. What we said there is that the accountability for, in terms of the use of funds for state security, goes to the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence. We never see anything, etc. So we need to initiate a conversation about, about ways in which the rules can allow for the committee to look at the financial governance issues, specifically, not the operational matters, and see if we can reach some kind of agreement there. And then we said we would work through the interface between provincial account committees, municipal account committees, and make sure that we work through also SAPEC and the Speaker's Office and the organization that represents MPEX, because we end up with a large volume of work for about municipalities when the provincial accounts committees also sometimes don't believe that they should be overseeing municipalities and so on. So, honorable members, am I leaving anything out? Is it well covered? Yes, please.
Chair, I think we're covering a totally broad spectrum of stuff, and I think the key issues are being covered, which is important. I'm just looking at the slide, and I'm just, as a matter of concern, the issue on state security. Now, I think that's going to really be a battle and a tough one. I'm just making a comment because it seems to be a very closed book, if you understand what I'm saying. And I don't think any committee previously has attempted to delve into the level that we intend to seek information on. So I'm not sure, and what is the thought and the feeling of the rest of the colleagues, if the Chief Whip's Forum would be willing or would be advantageous for us to get any concrete way forward. Perhaps this is not maybe an idea to raise this with the presidency. I don't know, I'm just throwing it out there as just this thought that's come to my mind.
Thanks, Honorable Isaac. I think, if I remember, we said we'd first take advice from from Parliament's legal team about what the best pathway. The thing about the Chief Whip's Forum is that, in the end, Parliament makes its own rules. Any measure that Parliament has to make has to have the support of the political parties, even in the Rules Committee and so on. So we mentioned the Chief Whip's Forum in that context. But we would, in terms of the steps that you take, we'll obviously take advice from Parliament's legal team first. If there is a specific legislation that says you can't do this, then it becomes difficult because a law prevents it. I think the issue is, if you look at the Department of Defense, the Department of Defense has intelligence gathering, defense intelligence, right? The AG's team is able to say to us, we looked, so they don't reveal any operational information at all. They, if I recall, they've said, we've looked at all of the areas, we can't go into detail, but at a high level, this was X% of the total defense budget. They told us that. It's X% of the defense budget, and these are sort of the broad findings, but if you need kind of to dig in, then we go to the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence. We at least have an idea. So if we need to be worried, I think it was something like, it was less than 10% of the total budget for the Defense Department. You're able to have some perspective about the extent of the concern you should have. In this case, we don't know what the oversight mechanisms are that the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence does. We don't know if they look at financial expenditure and whether it is spent within the rules, and so we don't know. It's never published, and we're totally in the dark, right? We are going to have that conversation. It will be tough, I can tell you, but let's try at least. At least taxpayers will know that we tried very hard to deal with that. But the conversation, if you recall, was that we can't watch, we can watch on TV someone from the CIA answering questions in Congress. Here we can't. And it's general matters, It's like, how did those people come in through the, and set up a camp here? It's not sensitive, Can we answer that at least? Okay. So colleagues, thank you very much. So that covers us quite well, right? Is the AG here? Yes. Okay, so I think we can just leave it here. The AG will be here specifically for her segment and leave. And then we continue with our own business, if that is okay. Thank you very much, members. We'll continue when the AG, so the sooner we have her here, actually, the better, the quicker we continue. Can we invite the AG in? Thank you. We can take a 5-minute break. Ask the members. Members, can you see the screen here? Okay, no, the members are sharp-eyed, literally. Oh, Honorable Beasley. Oh, you got me there. Honorable members, thank you very much. So firstly, let me thank the AG and her team. So I paid a courtesy visit last week to her office, and I mentioned that we would be having this session this week. And during the course of our conversation, it became apparent that there are some insights that the AG has had on looking at the total picture of the public service space, that given the nature of this session, it would be useful for members to see and internalize, ask the AG some questions, and so that it can also inform specifically how we conduct our work and the questions that we ask of various entities. We also agreed with the AG that she will also share with us how they're planning to proceed on some of the big audits like Eskom and so on, so that we also have a clear expectation from our part in respect of how she's going to be developing the reports that then come to Parliament and to the committee. So I asked the AG, and I agreed that we don't formalize this too much. So during the course of the presentation, we can really put up our hands in the manner that we've been doing, ask a question, have a bit of a conversation, so that we keep it relaxed. So thank you very much, AG. I will hand over to you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair, and I want to greet the honourable members of SCOPA and to thank you, Chair, for suggesting that we make our way to have this conversation. I will try and make it as conversational as possible. I have a couple of things that I just want to highlight, and then we can get into a discussion as you deem fit. I think that you'll get much more value out of the interaction if we do it that way. And of course, we're also keen to hear feedback from you, because over the last few months, you've had interactions with members of my team, you've interacted with our product, and I really am keen to get your feedback on what you are finding useful and what it is we should be doing better, because it's in all our interests that as AGSA we remain responsive to your needs as the primary customer of our audit reports. So what I will do is I'll share some insight on how we've been working and what we see and what we might want to suggest to your honourable selves, also consistent with what we shared with the members of SAPEC, and some of the members here were part of that conversation just about a week ago. As you remember, the team at the AGSA comprises 4,000 people with locations in the head office in Pretoria, and then there's provincial representation in each of the 9 provinces. Of those 4,000 people, 1,500 plus are professional auditors, comprising 900 plus chartered accountants, members of the South African Institute of Chartered Accountants. You also know that we are a training organization, so at least 800 of our staff members are people who are in a formalized training program that's been accredited by SAICA. And in fact, just last year, we proudly contributed an additional 300 new CAs into the market, having been trained by the National Audit Office, adding to our already 2,000 plus CAs that have been trained through the National Audit Office over the years. As you know, our mission and vision is informed by the constitutional mandate, which requires of us to provide independent assurance on the state of financial management and performance management in public institutions. And as you well know, we look at financial information, performance reports, as well as compliance. I'm aware that some of you have even participated in the conversations on local government. So you've been able to see the reach of our work beyond the national departments, provincial departments. There's also a significant amount of work that happens in the local government sphere. In everything we do, we keep looking for ways to excel. As you see, one of our values is to excel. And so we want to keep learning and getting better at what we do. We issue 1,000 audit reports every single year because we're covering all of the public institutions across government, and the audit reports form part of the annual report that's tabled with yourselves, and that forms part of the oversight conversations. And as you know, the audit report will cover an opinion on financial statements, a conclusion on performance information, as well as give you a sense of whether or not there are findings on compliance. And then, of course, we look at the material irregularities, which we believe trigger some important conversations from an accountability point of view and help us to deal with matters where harm is being caused and do so quickly, and help us with resource protection where there is leakage. And then the management report, I know sometimes we get requests for management reports. So those are the reports that sit between ourselves and the auditee, so the people in the administration and the executive, as well as the internal auditors and audit committee. They are the primary recipients of the management report. It has a particular level of detail, which isn't really useful for oversight purposes. And we try hard to make sure that our audit report deals with all of the key material matters as clearly as possible. But of course, you have the benefit of the general report, which we table every year, as well as the briefings that we offer you when you are preparing for specific hearings. So I would encourage the honourable members of SCOPA to continue to make themselves available for those briefings so that you can get the type of insight you need to use the audit report effectively and prepare for your hearings and be able to have impactful oversight engagements with the auditees. I'll actually move on to some recommendations which we shared with SAPEC last week, which were informed by the work we've been doing with SCOPA over many years, as well as public accounts committees in the legislatures. We've also infused what we've learned from our international peers in terms of how they work best with public accounts committees. And we have some suggestions on best practices that make for an effective public accounts committee, including receiving briefings from the auditors, ensuring that you are able to call for information from accounting officers early, which this committee has been doing quite well. That way you can distill that information and shape your oversight conversation in the most efficient and effective manner. We find that it helps when committees follow up on the previous commitments that would have been made. So often we see that accounting officers appear in front of you, make commitments this year. Next year, it's almost like they're starting a fresh conversation with you, which is not very helpful. So if you're able to, and we're happy to help you track those, to give you a briefing that says last year, these were the commitments made. When you start your conversation, you can start there. And of course, it does help if you're able to spend time drafting your resolutions, making sure that you are able to track them and hopefully get them approved through the House. That way they can become an important accountability instrument as well. We've also seen that public accounts committees that spend time engaging with civil society organizations do well. That way you can complement the work of the AG and others, such as SIU, with the input of reputable civil society organizations, and be able to also shape your work based on full suite of information from different lenses. Maybe the last piece I would share as part of what we've seen works well is when the Public Accounts Committee deliberately and intentionally collaborates with other portfolio committees in Parliament. All too often we find that without that coordination, people run towards perhaps the loudest issue or the hottest issue of the day, and then the real matters become neglected because we've thrown too much energy and resources into one thing, so we're not as efficient as all that. Just some key observations from the type of general reports that we issue and the themes, as the Honourable Chair was saying. The general report becomes an important oversight tool for you to shape your priorities and your work plan. It becomes a tool which helps you see through our analysis, independent analysis, what the key issues are. Beyond one institution, you're able to look across institutional boundaries and across the different spheres of government, so you can see what the thematic issues are that need attention. Last year, we would have tabled the 2024 General Report for PFMA in November, 28th of November. This is after the year end, which is March. The submissions happen 31st of May, We audit and finish by the end of July, and then the annual reports get to you by the end of September. We use the period from July to November to analyze the themes, to compile the report, but to engage with key stakeholders across the accountability ecosystem. So we go to the provinces to spend time with the people responsible for that province and to get their commitments, so that our general report has the benefit of their commitments on what the issues are. And by the time we table the general report, we can pinpoint where the issues are. So look out for our general report, which will come to you by the end of November this year. So we're in that cycle again. It's a cycle we do every single year. The outcomes, and I think I've shared this slide with you before. So the outcomes for PFMA, if I look at it, so we analyze 415 auditees out of PFMA. There's another 300 plus that we don't subject to this analysis because either they are dormant entities or they're very small. So we tend to exclude those. We also would exclude even entities that we might not audit ourselves, but we try hard to include those these days. There's been a notable improvement from where this administration, the sixth administration began. We're now in the seventh administration, but I want to share that as you appreciate the seventh administration's first report, which we'll deal with at the end of November, recall that the sixth administration did make significant gains on improving audit outcomes for PFMA. We saw, and if I ask you to just look at the last but one row, which says 2023-24, the 144 clean audits, having started at 93 when the administration began at the end of 2019. That's been significant gain. And remember, a clean audit is where financial statements are credible, the performance report is useful and reliable, and there are no major issues on compliance. So those are like the basics that we should insist upon for all public institutions. And so at least to get to 144, which is 35% of the audit base that we analyze, we believe that that was a tremendous achievement, and it's one that certainly can be built upon. The next category is unqualified with findings. And often people, and I've said this before, people will come to you and say, no, there's nothing wrong here. We are fine. The AG gave us an unqualified report. And I'm always at pains to say, it's an important step to get credible financial statements, but there's a lot more work to be done around governance, around controls, around discipline, and around transparency and accountability. Because somebody with an unqualified opinion with findings has been able to get the debits and credits right. And I've said this before as well, for PFMA, that is not hard. PFMA auditees work on modified cash. There is no one who should be struggling to get the debits and credits right for PFMA, unless they're a public entity. But for the departments, no excuse there. And then what they struggle with is performance information, and that tells you a great deal about performance management. And they struggle with compliance. That tells you a great deal about controls, about discipline, and about a posture towards making sure they comply with the law. So unqualified is not too bad, but has got major problems. And I believe wholeheartedly that at this point in our journey as a democracy and in our journey of applying our public finance management system, we really should not be complacent at the yellow zone. But at least if you look at the 35% and the 42%, you're looking at the vast majority, 77% of PFMA auditees at least able to do the debits and credits, right? So at least it's a good foundation, but we have to urgently deal with the ones that are sitting in the unqualified space. Then you've got the qualified, where the financial statements aren't right, but they've also got compliance and performance management issues. And then maybe one thing I will highlight here is if you look at the disclaimers, which is the red, they decreased from 28 when the sixth administration started to 7. Disclaimers are a legacy that we should find a way to be well rid of. It's not something we should be tolerating at all. It shows up major problems around transparency, accountability, and I think responsibility. To be able to just put financial statements together and submit them and make sure they are supported, that should be the very basic we should expect of anyone who's entrusted with public funds. But at least that legacy looks like it's diminishing. I've said to my team, hey, it would be so nice if you could find a way to get rid of all the disclaimers, local government and PFMA, by the time I finish. Chair, I finished my tenure in 2 years' time. And also, it would be very nice if we're well rid of that, and we can really start to deal
I've got a solution, AG. We will just shut them down. And then there can't be any more disclaimers. We'll get a motion, you just shut the whole thing down. Yeah.
And maybe the other thing I might want to call your attention to, you'll see that there's the light blue, which is the outstanding audits. So the last row shows 14, but if you look further up, we had 38. At 38, that's when we'd finished auditing and we're starting our analysis. There were 38 audits that were late. And they were late either because financial statements were not submitted, or they were submitted late, or there was some or other delay on the audit process. I'm concerned, Chair, that especially amongst the state-owned entities, there's a tendency to tolerate late audits. There's an issue there, and we have to deal with it, because what happens is these audits then don't find their way into the accountability processes. You don't deal with them through BRRR, you're unable to have a real conversation on how they're performing, and then by the time the audit is done, things have moved on, the machinery's moved on. I'm noticing even this year, Transnet's audit was late, and the Eskom audit is still late. Many of the ones that didn't submit or were delayed are the Denels, the SAAs. At least now we're catching up with SAA. At least now we're catching up with Denel. But they still, we're like a financial year behind. We've caught up 2 financial years, but we're still a financial year behind. So these entities, which have got big service delivery responsibilities, that hold significant amounts of our public resources, that even have major exposure to the purse in terms of government guarantees, are escaping the accountability loop. In fact, we try...
Sorry, AG, can I just make a request? Because it said we must maybe give some feedback on this. So what would be really helpful is when we get the reports, to get some color on the reason for why the financial information is late. So in some instances, the people just can't put them together. In other instances, such as what Eskom explained, they struggle to work out how much they should impair from municipalities, because they say, we'll pay you in February, and then February comes, and then they start hiding, ducking, and then they run late. So if the team can just give us reasons why the financials were late, it would assist the committee. Yeah, thanks.
Absolutely, Chair. Thank you for that. We'll certainly do that. All of them have different reasons. My sense is that, yes, we must share those reasons with you so that you can shape your accountability conversations, and we start to get to a point where this corrects, because it's not appropriate. I had an occasion to link up with the Johannesburg Stock Exchange, the regulatory arm of it, just recently. And the conversation, because they are the recipients of the audit reports that we compile for the municipalities that have got listed instruments that are listed with the JSE, as well as the SOEs that have got listed instruments. So the conversation was about how they're experiencing our work, what they're concerned about, etc. So it's always important for us to do that. And in fact, they are also similarly concerned about these late audits from the municipalities that are listed, that have got listed instruments, as well as the state-owned entities. And to my mind, yes, there are some issues around going concern, but there is an issue about discipline and just getting these things done, especially when there's such exposure to be dealt with.
Sorry, AG, can I ask you this dumb question? Can you just explain to us what the listed instruments are and why they matter in this instance?
Okay, thank you, Chair. So municipalities, especially the metros in particular, are given the space to raise capital from the capital markets. And so what they do is, instead of so beyond an overdraft, they will get a proper bit of debt. They'll raise a longer term debt with particular funders, lenders, and those instruments are listed with the JSE, and they're regulated by the JSE. So they go and get money from the capital markets through the JSE. And that's a highly regulated industry, and that is other people's money. So there are specific responsibilities that come over and above managing the budget that you have, right? So part of those responsibilities are at least to comply with the regulations of the JSE, make sure your financial statements are audited and submitted to them, so that as the JSE, they can check and make sure that indeed you continue to observe the key principles that underpinned why you were given this money, whether you're a metro or a state-owned entity. Now, if you're unable to demonstrate that discipline, you end up being somebody who either can't get that money, other people's money, because you don't demonstrate the requisite discipline or financial performance, or the type of person who does get that money, but then you pay more for it because you're seen as being risky. So if you're Transnet, and over time your financial performance is not great, and you have this discipline problem of not submitting your financial statements on time, your debt will become more and more expensive. And at the end of the day, it just means the burden you carry as interest costs becomes that much worse. So your ability to access money to do the things you want to do becomes constrained. If you're a metro, for example, if you're unable to demonstrate just those disciplines, you are not able to attract money, other people's money, to help you build infrastructure. And whatever money you get, you pay very, very expensive rates for. In fact, I've seen some research over the last 2 years or so that highlights the link between poor audit outcomes and expensive debt, especially for local government. It sounds logical, but it was interesting to see that somebody had done that study and was able to demonstrate that actually it is true. You can criticize the private banks as much as you like, but even if you look across the world, it is true that if you're unable to demonstrate the key disciplines of financial management and financial reporting, you're not going to be able to benefit from beneficial or preferential market rates. In fact, you'll be penalized and end up paying more, which ultimately costs your citizens more, because whatever cost you incur, you're going to have to pass on to your ratepayers, etc. So I've also marveled, and this is just an aside comment, I've marveled at the ability that the City of Cape Town has had to raise development funding and other money from the capital markets, which hasn't been matched by, let's say, the City of Joburg. I've yet to do the analysis on the comparative costs, but for me, it tells a story. I think for me, it read with the research I've just spoken about, it makes the point that these basic things we must insist upon have such a significant, long-standing impact on our lives and on the lives of the next generation, because whatever additional costs Transnet or Eskom will have to bear, it will actually have to be funded by taxpayers in the future. So your borrowings as a country just become that much more expensive. I hope that's helpful input. So when I say we've got to worry about these basic discipline issues, because think about it, a metro should not struggle to compile financial statements and get the audit done on time and submit their regulatory reports. A Transnet should not struggle to do that. Even an Eskom, so yes, they may have this problem with municipalities, but we've got to get to a point where we're able to deal with it, because the impact is just so dire on other aspects. The high impact auditees, and I'm hoping that this is helpful for you as you decide which auditees you might want to specifically focus on. The ones with the big budgets, the ones with the big service delivery requirements and mandates, and the ones with the highest risk to the fiscus. What you'll see on that slide, all we're saying is that, yes, it's been wonderful to see the improvement through the term of the sixth administration. It would be wonderful if we could get the high-impact auditees catching up on the improvement trend, because they are lagging behind. The state-owned entities don't get clean audits. Only DBSA does so every year. The big departments of health and education hardly get clean audits. And transport, you'll see the PRASAs, they don't get clean audits. In fact, you'll see PRASA will sit between disclaimer and qualified for many years on end. And I believe that in many ways, these things highlight why we struggle with service delivery, because if somebody can't get the basics of improving their audit outcomes right, it tells you a great deal about the stability, the competence, the discipline of management within that environment. Yes, there are complexities associated with the bigger entities, but what I worry about is the number of them that have uncompleted audits. So you'll see the dominance of the light blue on the right there. And you'll see that many of them sit in the unqualified and then qualified space with very few clean audits. And these, as I say, are the ones with the biggest departments and the highest impact on South Africans' lives. The next slide makes a simple point that if you see the outcomes that say we've got unqualified with findings, remember that many of the auditees that have got unqualified audit opinions got to that point after we'd given them an opportunity to correct their financial statements. So, yes, it's good that they corrected the problems that we found, but it does highlight that their disciplines are not sound. They don't have the regular disciplines that make for sound financial management. And so, if you look at the two graphs on the left, it says, when we started the audit, this was the type of quality submissions. So just over half of the auditees gave us quality financial statements when we began. We got to the 77% because we were able to give them an opportunity to correct misstatements. The difference between the dark blue and the gray is just showing you that actually the departments and state-owned entities or public entities are not too far apart. And remember, the public entities are the ones that are supposed to be able to hire the type of professionals that they need, be able to remunerate them outside of the limitations of the public service arrangements, and yet they are not able to do these things. If you look on performance information, a very similar story. The submissions we get are not so great, and then over time, whilst we audit, things improve. And you'll see that, in fact, the departments and the public entities are not too far apart, although the entities are slightly better in this regard. All that we're highlighting is, unless we get senior managers, the executive authority, the internal audit, the audit committee seized with dealing with controls and disciplines, we're not going to be able to win the game around transparency, accountability, good performance management, and good financial management. And on the next slide, we just make a case that with infrastructure investments being such a big feature on our national agenda, and also with the focus that we all have on making sure that new projects are installed properly, but also the existing infrastructure is looked after, given the impact that has on service delivery. We've, as an audit office, been focusing on this area to look at what are the problems in dealing with new projects, infrastructure projects, and making sure they are delivered on time, at the right quality, at the right price. And one of the problems is looking after the assets that we have. So over time, we've been seized with this area, and we've extended our audit inquiry to look beyond the books to actually go and see infrastructure assets. And I've often said that we are careful to make sure that it's not accountants and bean counters that go and look after at infrastructure assets, but we are deliberate in making sure that we have complemented those skills with people who understand infrastructure, like engineers and quantity surveyors. To start with, what we're seeing with new projects is that just the planning and understanding the needs for what's to be done, those disciplines aren't there. So you end up with a project that's done and it's not responding to proper needs analysis. It's also not a project that's designed to respond to today's needs and tomorrow's needs. It tends to be a project that just sometimes happens on a whim. And then we find that what happens is that determining the specifications is not done properly. It's a skills and discipline issue. And then we find that budgeting is a problem. We've also found that the procurement issues are real, in that poor procurement practices lead to the selection of the wrong supplier or contractor. Why do I say it's wrong? It's people who are not going to deliver quality. I often say that if you give me, with all my ambition, with all my energy, a contract to go and build houses, I think it's a big mistake. we've got to be careful to ensure that the procurement processes lead to the position us to get the best outcomes. And we find that sometimes things fail just at that point. Even the wrong consultants are chosen, so that even the process of preparing the project is not done properly. And then we're finding that once even a contractor is selected, the disciplines of monitoring the delivery by that contractor aren't there. Far too many departments of infrastructure in metros, in SOEs, just don't have the capacity to monitor the implementation of projects properly. They don't have the skills, and often it's even the discipline. We found instances where we've had to say to the team that's supposed to look after the project, come with us and inspect this project, because we've seen that there's nothing on the ground and you've gone and signed off on a payment. We've now finally got CFOs coming along with us to go and inspect these projects, and suddenly realizing the impact of them paying on invoices without actually putting in place the type of controls that will confirm that that which they're paying for is actually there and at the right quality. And we'll continue with this work, because I think infrastructure is such a big feature in what we aim to do. We would have reported on this. We've highlighted just this past year, we went to look at a number of projects, 143 of them in PFMA. And out of the 143, 123 had problems. So 86% of the projects we selected had problems. The problems about delays. We'll see delays of, on average, 34 months on projects. You'll see quality, where poor quality work is done and ultimately paid for. You'll see instances where the costs have run away with the project. Sometimes there's such a big portion of the contract value that's been paid out to consultants long before there's even a sod turning. And then the other issue we see is that sometimes even once infrastructure projects are completed, they're not being commissioned and put into use. I said this at SAPEC recently, but for the honourable members that were not there, there's an issue in the healthcare sector. About 3 years ago, we found a clinic that was not being used. It was completed and it was meant to be serving a particular community in the Northwest. And then when we went to go and inspect, we could see that the infrastructure is there, but it's not being used. And then we raised the material irregularity, and over time we got the accounting officer to put staff into that place and they could actually use it. The reason they told us they were not opening it is that they didn't have staff. We then went to Witbank and found a similar thing with a neonatal ICU ward. We found similar things in Gauteng. So, you know, if you see it once, it's curious. You see it a second time, But by the third, fourth, and fifth time, you realize that there is a systemic problem. It may be a simple matter of planning and budgeting, because maybe it's easy and quick to go and buy machinery and infrastructure without really planning to put it into use and making sure you've got the staff profile to put it into use. We found that when we raise material irregularities in this regard, because we say to the accounting officer, our MI definition says if we find a non-compliance or a breach of fiduciary duty that we can link to either financial loss or harm to the public or the misuse of a public resource, we must raise it as an MI. So we've raised these MIs. And in every instance, the first answer is, I don't have a budget to put staff in that place. I can't hire the specialist nurses for the neonatal ICU ward. I can't hire the specialist doctors for the neonatal ICU ward. Then we'll say, but it's still an MI, you must fix it. And then they do. They do put these things into use. They do put staff into the ward in Joburton. They do put staff into the neonatal ICU ward. And we can tick it and say, okay, at least you've now stopped causing harm. Okay, you fixed the MI. I've said to my team, look, that's helpful, and I think we can be proud of that. But actually, we've got to dig a lot deeper. There's something fundamentally problematic. And I've not yet figured out what it is. I've challenged my team to say, can you find an answer as to why this thing keeps happening? Because once may be an aberration, but there are just far too many instances. We've seen it in Northwest, in Mpumalanga, Free State, and as I say, in Gauteng. And those are the ones I can remember off the top of my head. Honorable Chair and honorable members, I raise this because the debits and credits will be right. They'll say, I've bought this machinery, and you can see it on the fixed asset register, and you can tick, right? But the confidence of citizens will be diminished for every day that they look at this neonatal ICU ward and it's closed and not serving them. For every day that the people of Garangua and Mamelodi wait in the queues at George Mukhari Hospital and are looking at at a ward that's filled with highly spec'd ICU beds that's not being used. Trust diminishes, right? Every time that, so I don't know what it is. I can make assumptions, but that's very dangerous, and as an auditor, I don't. But I do worry that there's something fundamentally problematic, because what they'll say is we don't have the budget, right? And you could say, okay, that's reasonable, you don't have the budget, but how did you get here? And as I say, it's a systemic thing. As I say, we've seen it in far too many instances. Okay, maybe you have an answer, I don't know. Chair, you look puzzled.
No, I'm not puzzled. I mean, firstly, it's, my input is anecdotal, because I happen to have quite a few healthcare workers in my family who all work in the public sector for decades in various capacities. That's one. And the second is what I glean from some of the presentations that we get. I still think it's down to three things. One, it's capacity of the management. That is, and I've called it the strategic procurement problem, which is, I know I need equipment A. There are prerequisite investments that need to be made so that machinery A can be used. What's often missing is that work is not done. They kind of leave it to chance, right? And when the equipment gets there, you find that some of the stuff is running late. So let me give an example. So my cousin is a urologist. He used to work in the Gqeberha Hospital complex. And the machinery will have consumables. The contract management for the consumables is just not there. So the main thing gets there, right, to do the scans and that kind of thing. The surgical needles that you need to drain fluid and that kind of thing from the patient isn't there, and there's no money for it. Which means the main thing, the scanners and everything, to give an example, are there. But even when you have the staff, they don't have the few critical small things they need to lay on the table to operate on the patient. That's one example. The second example is, you need to hire people by a certain date. An assumption is made that during the budget application process, that money will be available. That assumption is made on a thumbsuck, by the way. And then that budget gets completed, the procurement is in play, they can't cancel the contract, and the answer comes back and says, well, you can't get these specialist nurses and that kind of thing, we don't have budget for it. Now they caught between a rock and a hard place. Do we stop this thing from coming, or do we continue to try and fight a battle? I've seen WhatsApp messages between people and their supervisors about this stuff, but really distressed messages where they're like, this patient is going to get into condition X by that day if I can't get this. And, and the answer is, sorry, we can't get it. And the patient may sometimes go on and pass away and that kind of thing because of that. So it's really difficult. So I do have a sense of why it happens. Now the question is, what kind of procedures, because I feel that the procedures need to be increasingly more specific. as preconditions for certain types of. So we won't approve this contract if contracts for the consumables and the hiring is at this stage, the money has been requisitioned, it's been approved, and therefore we can now approve this one. If these are not in place, we don't approve this one. That's what we might end up needing to do, but that's what I've kind of anecdotally seen. So it's not, you know, it's a sample of 5 or 7.
So perhaps it makes the point for us around the need for these disciplines to be enforced, to be clarified and enforced. As you say, standard operating procedures, let's be clear about at what point do you approve what type of expenditure. And then how do you then monitor that you're not overextending yourself on infrastructure and you're not able to actually bring it into use. And of course, there's also other things like we saw a hospital in the Free State. It had been built and completed, and but not brought into use. And so the first year we raised it, and then they undertook to look into the matter. The second year we raised it and said, this thing is being vandalized and you're still not using it, right? So now came a question of why, because the others, people acted, they put the thing into use. This one, it became a question, but why are they struggling to respond? Turned out that in speccing this particular hospital, someone had forgotten to scope in the mortuary. So they decided, look, then you can't use it. Something like that, you know. Again, you got to wonder about how you get there. So 2 years later, this thing is still sitting there, and this is now the third year. I suspect it's still sitting there. I'll actually check with the team when I go to the Free State in a couple of weeks. So it's those sorts of things that we need to continue to look at. In a context where the needs on all of these departments and their services are growing, we're going to have to get good about efficiency of spend. In our work as AGSA, we have put together a multi-year audit plan, and we've identified particular themes that we are focusing on at different periods. So we've done it so that our teams know what to expect and what demands we can put on them, but also we've done it so that even yourselves, as the honourable members of SCOPA, you have a sense of what to expect when we do our next general report. We've picked themes that we believe are critical for South Africa's development, and it's consistent with our national priorities as a country. Themes about infrastructure, safety and security, environmental sustainability, education, skills and unemployment, fiscal pressure, as well as the role of coordinating institutions. By coordinating institutions, we're referring to the National Treasury, the Presidency, the Department of Monitoring and Evaluation, the Provincial Treasury, the DPSA, the Office of the Premier, the COCTA department. Those departments that have got significant responsibilities at the center of government to help the state function. And so our conversations with them are about saying, let's remind you what your role is and let's make sure that indeed you are fulfilling that role. We're also careful to look at the critical value chains, and we've also identified the clusters of auditees that enjoy specific focus from us. So when you see our general report, you'll see the emphasis on all of these themes. I won't go through the next 2 slides which deal with the themes. I just want to make one quick thing about the data-driven on 14. So auditors across the world are embracing the need to be more efficient, to cover greater components of audit populations so that you're not picking a small sample, to improve the quality of what we do, but also to improve the insight we can offer to the people that are conducting oversight. So we've made some significant strides in that regard to look at data sets across different populations. We still have a long way to go, but we've made some interesting strides over time. So I think as you engage with us, you'll start to see more of that. An example, which I know you've probably seen before, is what we did with the department, with the portfolio of higher education and training. We ordered the department, we ordered the National Skills Fund, we ordered NISFAS, the financial aid scheme, we ordered the TVET colleges, we ordered the CETAs, and all of these are players in the post-school and education and training system. And so our view was, given the fact that we ordered everybody, what are the type of insights we can offer across different institutional boundaries? boundaries. So I do urge you to look out for those things, because beyond saying debits and credits and looking at one audit report, we're able to give you a feel on where things go wrong, even at the point of planning for skills. Are you making sure that the children you are putting on National Financial Aid Scheme are registered for the type of quality courses that genuinely prepare them for the world in which they're going to operate? Or are you training children or young adults now, I suppose, by the time they're doing secondary, tertiary? Are you training these young people to go and sit at home because they have no chance of applying their skills in the market where they will be, they'll be wanting to operate? So it's those sorts of answers which we're able to give you in terms of the type of data sets we can look at. Let me get on to the, I'm happy to take questions if the honourable members have on that one. Let me take on the next part, which is the state-owned entities and the involvement of the AGSA. When the Public Audit Act was put into place back in 2004, the Auditor-General didn't audit the state-owned entities. And in fact, the law said, AG, you must audit the departments and the municipalities. And then it said you may audit the state-owned entities. At the time, they were being audited by the private sector. And there was an expectation that over time, the Auditor-General would take on those responsibilities. We have a process and a set of regulations that we've put in place. The regulations are put in place after consultation with SCOAG, where I account directly as head of institution. And these regulations help us to figure out what our next moves are. Without going into too much detail on these regulations, I just want to give the honourable members a feel for where we are. Back in 2014, so a decade ago, we had just a handful of the state-owned entities that we were auditing directly. We had 6 of them, so the ones on the left there, that we were auditing directly, having taken them on over time. There are 19 audit entities listed on Schedule 2. In fact, there are 21, but if you take away Telkom, which is no longer a state-owned entity, and you take out SA Express, which has been liquidated, you're left with 19. So there are 19 that we have to keep our eye firmly on. Of those 19, we currently audit 15. We've taken, since 2014, we've taken on quite rapidly a number of those state-owned entities. Some we took on because there was a market failure. If you look at DBSA, it was being audited by a firm that went under. Nkongi went under, and we, as the auditor of last resort, had to quickly take on that responsibility, and I'm very glad that we were able to do that. Still allowing for a timely quality audit so that oversight processes and accountability is not compromised. The same applied for Denel. It was also being audited by Nkongi, and then there was a problem on that audit. We had to step in very quickly. The one I'd say we took on probably in a measured way might be the airports company. We sort of actively said this is an entity that's going to enjoy a lot of public investment over time. Let's take on the responsibility for auditing it. But I think you can see from that picture that we really have taken on significant strides of auditing these entities. Transnet is probably the last one that we took on, which is quite significant in the economy, quite significant in terms of its scale and complexity, and we've been able to take on that audit as well. There are 4 of the 19 that are audited by private sector players. Eskom audited by Deloitte, ATNS by SNG Grant Thornton, Broadband Infraco, BBI, audited by MNB Chartered Accountants, and IDC audited by BDO together with Deloitte. Those are the 4 that we've not yet taken on. Part of how we were able to take on these audits is that the institution has invested in significant skills over time. We've been able to get to a point where we now have 900 chartered accountants that work in the office. The type of complexity that these audits demand is the type of skills that are required from a technical point of view, but also executive oversight, because the nature of these institutions demands a lot of the bandwidth of our executive team. But that's the profile of the audits that we currently audit. Over time, what we've done is we've also said, even if there are audits where we don't audit directly, let's make sure that we oversee them much better, whether they are universities or state-owned entities. Let's make sure we oversee them. And our oversight processes deal with keeping track of how the auditors are being appointed by those boards, making sure that on an annual basis we apply our minds as to the continued appropriateness of that auditor to continue with that audit. We also issue an audit directive which says how those entities must be audited so that the obligations of the AG are not fallen foul of in terms of making sure that the Public Audit Act is properly applied and also the key areas that we are interested in are properly dealt with and reported upon. We've also made sure that when the bigger entities report to Parliament, we are there. We lead the engagement so that it's not an entity that's audited and dealt with separate from the capacity of the office. Whilst we might not take responsibility for auditing it directly, we make it our business to ensure that the enablement of oversight by Parliament is not compromised. On Eskom itself, whilst we don't audit it, since for the last 5 years, what we've done is we've included a few members from our audit team into the Deloitte audit team. So Deloitte is not auditing it alone. Whilst they take responsibility for the audit, we have a team that works with them, especially on areas where the private sector auditors are not strong, specifically procurement and even performance reporting, because private sector firms normally are geared to dealing with an opinion on financial statements and not the other areas that a public sector auditor needs to look at. So we are able to infuse our understanding and our experience into those audits. We've maintained a very close working relationship with Deloitte over the time. And we've ensured, as I said, that the briefings to Parliament are conducted in the same way as they would if we were presenting on Transnet, for example. With the term of the current auditors ending in October 2026, we've assessed the possibility of taking over this audit at this time and concluded that we won't be taking over this audit at this time. And just to give you a sense of how we arrived at that conclusion, if you look at the scale and complexity of Eskom as an entity, currently they have 277 people that audit the entity. So we would have to set up a team that is quite significant to deal with that, and a significant number of those very senior executives. There's currently a process of stabilizing the executive team at Eskom, as you know. There's also some concern about when the board will change, so that board might change as well. There's also some regulatory changes that are happening which will impact Eskom directly. From a policy point of view, there's also a restructuring at the organizational level for Eskom with the split of distribution, transmission from generation, and those processes are currently underway. All of these things add a particular complexity which we simply don't have the bandwidth to deal with. Even if we could go and hire 200 people, we simply wouldn't have the bandwidth to deal with. And why do I say that? If I look at the environment of the AGSA at the moment, we're still kind of bedding down Transnet. I think we've now got it down, but I think there's still some work to make sure that Transnet itself settles down. We are also still busy with making sure that we make good use of the MI process, that we are responsive to the needs of a rapidly evolving oversight machinery. And also, it might sound like a small thing, but there's a sizable number of my team members currently at the senior level that are seized with making sure that as we transition to a new audit software, we actually do it properly. And so if I look at it, I'm like, it's unlikely that we'll be able to give this audit the type of attention it deserves, especially with all of the complexity of the changes that it's currently facing. What we will make sure doesn't happen, though, and I'm clear about that, is that it's not audited properly. We've got to make sure that that continues. And so up to this point, I'm quite comfortable that it's being audited properly and that the contribution of the AGSA teams, especially on the procurement aspects of the audit, is felt and that we continue to get to understand the entity better. I would love for the restructuring arrangements at Eskom to settle. I think that'll just minimize some of the complexity. So what I've done is I've written to the board of Eskom, and I've also written to yourself, Honourable Chair, because I think it's important that I indicate to the honourable members of SCOPA what the intentions are and what the considerations are. We don't believe that it is prudent for us to take on an audit of this scale and this complexity. And it's complex from the hard things and the softer things, which just make life very difficult. And I don't know that it's appropriate for me to put that burden on the executive team that I lead. I think that's probably the one thing I wanted to make sure that we deal with. The rest of the slides are a bit of detail on this issue, and then the rest of the slides, I think, are talking about the stuff I said earlier on around what we've seen as working well for the public accounts committees that we deal with. But yeah, I'm happy to engage. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thanks very much, AG. I just, it's a question of color for me. Well, and there might be a substantive issue or two that arises as a result of it. So when you talk about the restructuring, so you're talking about the separation of Eskom into 3 different entities. So just to get a sense, those entities would then become 3 different auditees in and of themselves. And that would then change, and that, correct me if I'm, so that would then change the organization of the AG team that then audits what becomes Eskom with 3 entities, basically falling under it with those governance systems. So that's the first thing. So am I understanding you correctly then that you are saying you need that process to complete so that you can then have a plan for how you audit the 3 entities? So that's the one thing. My second question, therefore, is with the current auditor's term coming to an end, how does the newly appointed auditor, and I'm assuming they are still to be appointed, how do they then themselves deal with that complexity? Because then the issues are the same. They must also appoint 277 people to audit Eskom. It's going to split into 3 entities. Are you cited on how then that would work? Because I'm assuming they would face similar kind of decisions as you do.
Thank you, Chair. I'm assuming they would. I have not been cited on that thinking even by the board. I think they wanted to check AG, and that we do that every year. What's your decision, right? So I've not been cited in terms of how the board wants to run a process to appoint auditors. What I've learned, Chair, over time is that in a space where there's so much complexity and change, if you're able to find one space where you can have some stability, pick it. That's what I would do, if it works for you. But I guess the board will still have to apply its mind. A new auditor would, yes, have to go appoint new people, or poach from the existing auditor, but they'd have to go find new people. My view is beyond appointing new people, you're going to have the bandwidth at the executive level. It's not an audit that you can leave to anywhere. It has to enjoy the attention of the very top leadership in the institution on a consistent basis. The reputational risk for you as an auditor are significant. The risks for that institution itself as Eskom are quite significant. You've got a broad range of stakeholders that you have to make sure you engage with and meet the expectations on an ongoing basis. So beyond the technical skills and making sure you've got an energy expert, you've got the right tools and ability to deal with the data of an entity like that, which I guess one could acquire. It demands a significant level of investment, especially at the executive level. And my sense is whoever takes on that audit would have to be clear that they have the ability to make that investment.
All right. Thanks very much, AG. Members, I don't know if you've got any questions on any of the matters that we've canvassed recently. Okay, so let's just go like this. Honorable Atkinson, Honorable In fact, let's just do this to everyone, if that's okay.
Yeah, thank you very much, AG, for the very interesting presentation. I think the one thing we noticed with some disquiet when we followed COGTA around the Free State and the Northwest Province was the amount of times that consultants were used and that qualified audits were still attained. So in essence, to me, that was fruitless and wasteful expenditure, because if you're going to get consultants in who meant to know what they're doing and they actually can't get you an unqualified audit, then there are questions raised. I know there might be fundamental problems with the municipality, but at the end of the day, if you're paying over the odds for specialists, surely your audit results should be fairly decent. So I'd just like your comments on that, and also whether if people use consultants and they don't get an unqualified audit, whether that should actually be deemed as fruitless and wasteful expenditure, and whether the AG does actually offer any form of training to people who wish to become consultants to advise municipalities on how to get their financial statements done, because it does appear to me that there's probably some consultants actually have a lack of knowledge of what should be done, basically. Thank you.
Probably easiest that way. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Honourable Atkinson. Yes, you're right. The use of consultants is a problem. I think we've raised it over many, many years. You're right. In some instances, it is fruitless and wasteful expenditure, and we've started to raise it like that, and I'll give you an example in a moment. But let me just deal with why it is that you'll have a use of a consultant and you not get the benefit. The reality is that unless there are daily, weekly, monthly disciplines to make sure you collate your records, you are reconciling your suspense accounts, you know exactly what you've paid for, what you haven't paid for. If you don't do those things, there's a chaos which can't be remedied through a consultant 12 months later, a consultant who wasn't even there when the transactions were happening. So many of these municipalities that have disclaimers, they sort of get to the end of the year and say, oh my goodness, there's an audit coming, let me go hire consultants to compile financial statements, with no regard to whether those financial statements are worth the paper they're written on. So without those disciplines, you're not going to get there. And you can't replace those disciplines with a quick solution, a Band-Aid. And all it does, that Band-Aid, all it serves is to tick the box to say I've submitted financials. And it happens at great cost. We've been raising this more sharply over time, even with the consultants themselves. 10 years ago, we raised it very, very sharply. We even went to SAICA and lambasted the audit firms, said, stop doing this. And they did. Many of the reputable audit firms don't do this work anymore. So now what you have are very small accounting firms doing this work, which raises other problems, right? I'm going to offer an example which hopefully will give you sleepless nights. So, because it gives me sleepless nights. So, what we have found, because we've been trying to interrogate, what is this thing that people are spending on? So sometimes they'll spend on somebody compiling a VAT return to get their refund for the net between input and output VAT from SARS. And it's a very basic thing. Instead of hiring someone to do the work on a monthly basis and submit the return, they'll hire a consultant. And then sometimes it's done on a contingency fee or revenue sharing fee. So an example is a municipality in the Eastern Cape, a district municipality, which really should have had no trouble finding someone to compile this thing. They hired a consultant, paid them 15% of what it is that they were going to get back from SARS. So that is the contract. So I've forgotten the numbers, but let's just deal with the principle for a moment. So they paid this out, and we said, this is fruitless and wasteful expenditure. You could have avoided if you'd make different choices, you know. And we said it's an MI because you're losing money. Initially, they said, okay, we'll deal with this thing. I think they even tried to cancel the contract. But then they were not getting the money back, even though they said they were going to do so. So on follow-up, we realized that they're not dealing with the issue. So we realized at the time that the SIU was already investigating other things in the environment. So we referred the matter to the SIU to say, well, whilst you're busy investigating these things, look at this one as well. Well, right now, I'm sitting with a court application. They are suing us. They say, AG, we want your decision to refer the matter to the SIU to be reviewed. So there's a lawyer that has helped them compile this application. Now I've got to go get lawyers and make sure I have a responding affidavit, right? But this accounting officer is able to do this. I mean, the thing is logical. In the first instance, we issue an audit finding, they don't dispute it. We issue an MI, they don't dispute it, they say we'll deal with it. And then the moment we realize they're not dealing with it, the law says we must then refer it. So we refer it. Maybe they were hoping we'd say you investigated, you know, but that doesn't make any sense. You've had a year to deal with a thing, you've not dealt with it. So we referred it to the SIU. So they want that decision reviewed. That's not an accounting officer, in my view, who's worried about protecting public resources. And I think it calls to question why this happens. So in that big number we report every year about the use of consultants, there are these sorts of things in it. And that's why the solution won't work. The consultants that do this work, the ones we operate with, we actually check. If we see an instance where there's fruitless and wasteful expenditure on using a consultant like this, and then they're doing work for us or we have a relationship with them, we raise it very sharply. Sometimes, I think we even had one where we took them off our database because of this sort of behavior. So, yeah, I hope I've answered your question about what it is. We're not going to be able to get this thing right unless the people entrusted with those institutions are held accountable for making responsible decisions. Hire someone to compile your VAT return. It's not that hard. Yeah.
Thanks, Chair.
No, we want to go in order and fairly quickly. So please ask your question, Honorable Isaac. Then I'll come to Honorable. Are you good? Okay, Honorable Beasley.
Thanks, Chair. So just first of all, to compliment the Auditor-General, I think it's an entity that is extremely well run and everything rises and falls on leadership. So well done to you and your team. It's an organization as South Africans we're proud of. So yeah, compliments to everybody. I don't know if it's a criticism, but maybe it's just uninformed. But the Auditor General has been given extra powers, and the one is certificate of debt. And, you know, one of the things that you did raise some time back is the biggest wrong problem in our system is a lack of accountability. And one way to get accountability is for people to get issued certificate of debt. So maybe you can just speak about that and why there's been a hesitation by the AG to actually issue certificates of debt. And then I think somehow we've got to change this wording around unqualified with findings. I mean, people dance, we get an unqualified audit report with findings. I mean, as you say, you can have a line item there with corruption and you still get an unqualified audit and everything goes in there. And so I just don't know whether we've set the bar just so low, but somehow we just need to change that narrative that unqualified with findings is not good. And then I didn't see a TALA under the SOEs, but I think there is concerns with the TALA and possibly for the AG just to, there definitely red lights flashing with the TALA. So just something to be aware of in terms of its, you know, obviously aware of its possible liquidation, and there's going to be a lot of focus on the TALA going forward. But I did note that it wasn't noted as an SOE. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Still noting your questions. Maybe let me deal with Itala first. Yes, we are aware of the red flags on that particular entity. One hopes that the politicians responsible for making decisions around the dispensation of Itala will make those decisions. But we are following the matter quite closely. It is not listed as an SOE because I think it sits in the province, so it's a provincial entity rather than a listed entity in terms of Schedule 2 of the PFMA. That's why it's not listed on that slide. But yes, we do audit it. We audit the SOE and the bank. And then, in terms of the narrative on unqualified audits, I know Honourable Mente, it's one of the things that bugs her. We've tried hard over time to be clear about what sits in an unqualified audit and to draw the eye and attention of oversight on what sits underneath the unqualified with findings. It's fine to have the debits and credits right? But there are some significant management issues. We've also tried hard to improve everybody's understanding of the idea that actually a clean audit is not just attainable, but actually it's kind of important. it should be the very basic that we insist upon for all public institutions. But I hear you well. I hope our spotlight on these unqualified audits is starting to help by giving greater flavor on what the real issues are. And then in terms of the COD, it's not a hesitation. I'll be honest with you. Obviously, one has to follow due process, and one has to be rigorous in following such a process, because you do face the threat of legal challenge. What we've done is there was one that we chased right to the very end. Eventually, we decided not to issue the COD. This one took a long time. Why? Because they kept changing the accounting officer. They would make this one act and then make the other one act. And so that level of instability does make life difficult for us. And obviously it was quite deliberate. So we'll continue to look for those, but it's not so much about hesitation. And I'm sure you see it in other entities when you try and drive a conversation from an accountability point of view, even if it's just a SCOPA hearing, you do find instances where there is that sort of movement of officials. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair and AG. Looking at your at the data-driven audits and knowing most of the information that has come through, I put some questions together that I was thinking about at home, and that is the AG piloting or planning the use of artificial intelligence or machine learning to detect patterns of corruption, fraud, or mismanagement that may not be visible through traditional audits? So I've got just 3 questions on the AI side, and then the Eskom. I have 3 on Eskom, so I'll be very quick. Could AI tools help identify red flag indicators such as inflated pricing, duplicate invoices, or conflicts of interest in procurement systems? So those questions were all around your use of AI. So I'm not going to ask them individually. And the forward-looking is how do you plan to future-proof its audit processes against increasingly sophisticated fraud schemes that use technology to cover tracks? So then on the other side, now you've also got those that are starting to be clever, and I'm mainly using the SOEs or other entities. And what role can Parliament and SCOPA play in supporting you to scale up data-driven AI-enabled auditing? And Chair, then just on Eskom, these are the things that have been worrying me about Eskom, and that is, and that was the readiness of, the separation of the 3 entities. And what risks do you foresee in terms of audit readiness, financial reporting, and accountability? Because in my mind, I was thinking of it could collapse. It could collapse the credibility of consolidated financial reporting. And could this restructuring create blind spots or loopholes that weaken the audit assurance? Given the complexity and high stakes of this restructuring, would it not be prudent under the circumstances to consider a controlled deviation, keeping the current auditors in place temporarily to ensure continuity, prevent audit gaps, and maintain financial reporting integrity?
Thank you very much. I think the one on AI tools, we are starting to use a few of those. Some of them I can't even understand. We've got a whole lot of data analysts. We've actually set up a data academy. We've got data analysts that join the office and work alongside our audit teams. It's an effort that we've invested in over the last few years, and it's starting to pay off. For example, the stuff on the CETAs I was sharing comes from them, and I think they're doing a few more very interesting things. There is some work that they did in social development, which is highlighting gaps around people getting grants that they shouldn't, people not getting grants when they should be getting those grants, and highlighting even instances of of fraud. So I think look out for those reports. So I'm quite excited about what it is our teams are doing. As I say, some of the things I realized it's a good thing to step away and let them be, because I could be a limiting factor. So it's quite exciting what they're doing. And what pleases me is that they are getting such joy and excitement out of the work that they're doing. In terms of how we could future-proof the audit processes, I believe we have to continue to invest in this space from a skills point of view, but also the technology. And how you could help, I think, continue to challenge us about giving you the type of data-driven insights, because I think we respond well to that sort of pressure. But the other thing perhaps you could do is help us to get our audit fees in. We sit at the moment with over R1 billion of debt. We are a just under 5 billion rand institution in terms of the audit fees we generate. Now, if you're not able to get 20% of your fees in a year from what you generate, and you're still paying salaries, because that's a big part of our costs, right? It does eat away at your ability to invest in the future. So right now, even the investment in the audit software, we had to delay for many years, but finally it's happening. But these things do limit the pace at which we can transform the institution. There is still a continued lack of discipline in paying audit fees, especially amongst municipalities and even some of the state-owned entities. SA Express went under, owing us significant amounts of money, which we'll never get back. Denel owes us over 100 million rand, which they say they want to pay us over 5 years. And we must still audit them. So it really becomes, this is the thing, and we paid those salaries, 10 years ago. So it is a problem. And as I point out, there's a discipline issue in a number of instances where audit fees become the very last thing people think about. So it does make life difficult for our auditors. In terms of the audit readiness at Eskom, I think this is what my considerations were. The fact that there's restructuring. So 2023, they started to set up the transmission company, put a board. Right now, 2 years later, there's still some residual issues to be dealt with around what was transferred, what's not being transferred, what the regulatory framework is going to be, what the revenue model is going to be. Same thing with the distribution one. It was meant to be set up 2023, but as we stand, there's still some uncertainty. These things do create blind spots for any auditor. And so I do worry about those things. And part of why my sense is if you can find some stability in your governance arrangements with a changing executive, it's starting to stabilize now, but I don't know that it's done, The board, I think their 5-year term is coming to an end soon. They might change in the next year or so. And unfortunately, government tends to kind of do a wholesale change. They don't, I saw an announcement of the PIC board just Friday recently. It's like a wholesale change. And that institution is quite complex. Even if you get the very best people, if you don't give yourself the best of some stability, you're going to have real challenges. So I worry about those things, especially in the midst of the inherent complexities. There's still some regulations to be dealt with around how Eskom deals with the independent private power providers. There's still some complexity around, as I say, these three entities. So it does create major problems for any new auditor. Thank you.
Thanks, AG. We did have a discussion earlier on, in fact, yesterday and today, about devising a mechanism where part of the budgeting process involves transferring directly to you outstanding audit fees. For the reason that you have stated yourselves and the SIU, it just happens a lot that you owed money for a very long time. Yeah, thanks. Honorable Bila.
Thanks, Chairperson, and thanks Mwamwanati and your team for the presentation. I just want to say something first for what you have indicated in your opening remarks on the follow-ups on the commitment made by the entities or departments that we call here for hearing. there are a lot of commitment, Chairperson, if you can remember, that have been promised. Like, for example, when we were in the Eastern Cape, the city manager of Buffalo City made a lot of commitments that by 30 June 2025, this will be done, this will be done. I also made a comment to say if really these things are going to happen, it means we are going to start a fresh year on the 1st of July for the municipality. So I think we have to do follow-up on things or on the commitments made to us by different departments. One other thing is that of audit opinions. I think it really needs to be put more flesh on it, because I think early this year there was municipality which was celebrating be receiving qualified audit opinion. It also happened last week, Chairperson, in the Northwest, where the CFO was celebrating to be moving from disclaimer to adverse, to say it's a great improvement. So I think it must be explained in detail to say what it means to be in the disclaimer, adverse, and all the stuff like that. Because even myself, I can take it or qualified is that I have made it, and then unqualified it means I didn't qualify. So we have to get the things correctly. So thank you so much.
Honorable Bill, I've seen a billboard celebrating a moving from a disclaimer to the next line. I thought, jeez.
No, thank you, Honorable Bila. Maybe what we could do, and I'm glad the head of audit is here, the head of comms who leads the teams that deal with stakeholder management is here. Maybe what we could do is capture these commitments that are made to you, because often we're there, and support you in tracking them. Because first of all, what we could and should do is give you a sense of whether these commitments the audit opinion. I hear you. I think we have some way to go before everyone understands. It's a technical term, but I think you're right. We can continue to get better at giving more.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, and good day to all honorable members, AG and your team, and our technical team. No, we appreciate the presentation. I think it's very good. It's an eye opener, I think, on some of the things, and we appreciate the good work that your office is doing. I see that like we indicated, you've got about 35% auditees with clean audit, and 42% with unqualified with findings, and combined they constitute 77%, which is it's more than 3/4. It's above 75%. That's very good. However, it looks like there's something that holds auditees between unqualified with findings and clean audit, because every time you always have a bigger number for unqualified with findings than clean audits. You see audits, some audits that move from your disclaimer, adverse, qualified to unqualified. And most of the auditees, according to my observation, I think that's where they end at. That's their end point. It's either they are going to stay there or they are going to fall and go back to qualification or disclaimer. And every time when I engage people with unqualified with findings, they will tell you that, no, I'm almost there. We're almost there. Next year, we're going to get a clean audit. Even last week when we were in Gauteng, I think there was one who said, no, I think it's a mayor who said, I think they've got an unqualified with finding. He said, no, it's only a paragraph that made us not to get a clean audit. So once we sort out that paragraph, definitely we are going to get a clean audit. So people with unqualified with findings, for them it's just a little thing. But unfortunately, they don't get that little thing for them to get a clean audit. So I just want to find out, what is it that hold auditees between unqualified with findings and clean audit? Because it's like we already know which entities are going to get clean audit, which departments, which municipalities. It's very rare to find a municipality that has moved out of an unqualified with findings to a clean audit. Something that happens once in a while, you see. But for others to move from a disclaimer to qualification to unqualified, it's normal. But to break and go to clean audit, it looks like it's very, very difficult. So I don't know what is it exactly that makes it difficult in that particular regard. But secondly, I think you also made a point that some of the institutions that are getting unqualified with findings, they do so because they were assisted by your office. So I want to check as to whether does that happen every year. If say an institution, maybe last year they got a qualification, then they were assisted by you, and then they improved to unqualified. Will they be able to maintain? Are they able to maintain it on their own, or they must also be assisted next year before they can also get the unqualified? This assistant, is it something that happens annually, or if you assist them once, then they are fine? Maybe next year we'll be assisting another group, so that we can check whether they are able to stand on their own after they were assisted to get an unqualified audit opinion. And then thirdly, I just want to check in terms of your observation, how effective are the audit committees and internal audit units? Because those are structures that must assist auditees almost on a daily basis in making sure that they get a favorable audit opinion. Unlike your office that only come maybe once a year. But an internal audit unit, we are talking about people who go to work every day, Monday to Friday, 8 to 4 or 9 to 5. Audit committees, people who are sitting almost every month looking all of those things. So how effective are these structures in different entities and in different departments? Lastly, Chair, I want to check the law. What says the law regarding the issue of you assisting public entities that are audited by private auditors? Like we have made an example with Eskom, that they are audited by Deloitte and Touch. However, you are also playing a role in auditing some part of their books. What is it that the law is saying regarding that? Does it empower you that when you see a necessity to get in, even in entities that are audited by private auditors, that you are empowered to can get in and do so, or you can only come in through their invitation that they invite you to say come and assist? Because my worry with the public entities that are audited by private auditors is the issue of checks and balances. Because, for instance, yourself as the Auditor-General, you account to Parliament. There's a committee, standing committee on Auditor-General that plays oversight on you, but we also account to other committees like ourselves, SCOPA, like Standing Committee on Finance, Standing Committee on Appropriation, and so forth. But now, I'm wondering these private auditors, because obviously they can't account to us like you are doing, and yet they are auditing public entities. So who does the checks and balances to say they've done the correct thing, or even to raise matters, if matters that they found, where do they relate those things? Because at least you are able to come here to say, no, these are the weaknesses in municipalities, these are weaknesses in departments or in public entities, so that we can also do our own part in intervening there. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Skosana. Why do people stay in the yellow zone? Yes, there are a number of them who are complacent. If you look at that slide, there were 175 at the end of 2024 that had unqualified with findings. 82 of those have been in the same category for 5 years. There is complacency. And I think it's also because of the narrative. And perhaps what we didn't do 20 years ago or even 15 years ago is to help people understand that an unqualified opinion is a stepping stone towards clean. And we allowed people to believe that a clean audit is not that important. And I believe that's been part of the problem. And it's something we all have to work on, right? Parliament, ourselves, and government as well. And I think your observation is quite correct, that people will regress. If you stick around in yellow, in that space of complacency, you might say it's one paragraph today, but tomorrow you've got 4 paragraphs. And then before you know it, you are regressing to qualified. And then it becomes, quite unpleasant, because you've neglected to deal with the issues that you need to deal with. I don't believe that one paragraph is a problem, because sometimes things do happen. You can have a slip around a system that doesn't work so well. You might need to train people. So I think one has to engage with what is the substance of that paragraph, and importantly, insist on responsiveness. That's the real issue. It's not so much about a finding, but more about how are you responding to it, because that's how you build institutions, in my view. The ongoing reliance on the audit process, again, it's also complacency. I mean, if you look at the metros, of the 8 metros, only 3 have the ability to prepare quality financial statements and do so regularly. 3. It's eThekwini, it's Ekurhuleni, and it's City of Cape Town. They are the only 3 that when we start the audit process, the financial statements at least are sound. In fact, our team knows when they start the audit, they don't anticipate problems and findings on the financials, because they know that the systems are quite stable. In fact, they even do an interim audit to go and check on the controls before we start the final audit, and often they're able to confirm that those controls are still in place, the financials are fine. The other 5, they rely on the audit process to at least get into unqualified, and then many of them end up with qualified. So there's too many that kind of rely on that audit process. I mean, even a COJ, as big as it is, still can't put financial statements that are credible on the table. And what it does is it puts them at risk of a regression, because they just get over the line every year. And of course, it says that the management practices are not tight. Audit committees and internal auditors, we're not finding that they're making the contribution that they should. Often they don't look at everything. So they'll only focus on reviewing financial statements. They don't focus on performance information. They don't focus on compliance. And their terms of reference are clear, they must. So they don't. And we're starting to have those conversations with them. The other thing we find is that if an accounting officer or an executive authority makes it their business to ensure that internal audit functions, it will function. If an accounting officer says, I want a strong internal auditor, they'll make sure it happens. And then the reverse is true. So my suggestion from an oversight point of view is perhaps invite internal audit and audit committee, the audit committee chair. Come tell us, how are we doing with the post-audit action plan? Tell us, what's your view on the statement of controls? I think what that'll do is it will sharpen the appreciation of the accounting officer and the executive authority on the importance of these 2 functions. Many of them aren't given resources. Sometimes you'll find internal audit has 1 person, and that's a real story, right? So they can tick a box and say we have internal audit, but of course they're not functioning properly. They're not given the resources, they're not given the budgets, and then they're not listened to. Even if they do give findings, nobody bothers with them. Same thing with audit committees. They're not given the reports on time. They're not allowed to work properly. So I think it might work if in your hearings once in a while you say, no, we want to have the audit committee chair here. They must come and tell us, give us feedback on specific things. I think it'll start to profile them a little bit better. The powers on auditing. So I think there's one thing I must just highlight. We are very clear that we will never walk away from our duties to make sure that audits are done and quality audits are done. And so what we do is we make sure that we look at who's auditing. So we're careful about assessing them in terms of the procurement processes followed by the board, their independence. We confirm their independence, but we also confirm their audit quality. The Independent Regulatory Board of Auditors, IRBA, is a state institution that sits under the portfolio of the National Treasury. It independently monitors and regulates all auditors. And so every year they take a sample of audit files conducted by the private sector firms and they check them for quality. And then they issue a report to that firm directly to say this is where you are on your audit quality. And then they also compile a consolidated report. For us, the consol report gives us a good view on how the private sector is doing on audit quality. But then we insist on getting the individual firm's IRBA report to confirm on their standards of quality management as a firm. That gives me, as the AG, comfort about who's conducting these audits. And of course, we check this every single year. So as Parliament, I don't believe you don't have recourse. I think if you are ever concerned about a particular audit, you are more than welcome to raise it with us. I think you must, actually. I would prefer it if you did. I believe that we must be accountable to you. You must be able to say, look, the audit of IDC is not going well. We're concerned about this and that and the other thing. And then together we'll sit down. We will never shirk our responsibility. If we have to go in and make sure the audit is done properly, and if we have to go in and make sure the auditors are dismissed and we enter the space, we'll do it, and we've done it. So I'm just saying we remain the auditor of last resort. We remain responsible for ensuring these audits are done properly, and we've put controls in place to ensure that that happens. It doesn't mean that things are foolproof, but if things do fall apart, we'll be the very first ones to make sure that they're attended to. I hope that assists. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the AG and her team for a comprehensive presentation. My question is, are there any penalties for the late or non-submission of the AFSs? And if there is none, how can that be enforced? Because some of them end up falling behind, because if there is nothing that's going to happen, then why must we submit? That kind of attitude. And the last one is on the use of consultants. We are observing that while millions and millions are paid to consultants, the end results do not justify those payments. So is there anything that, in your opinion, you would say should be done to curb this use of consultants? Because if you really look at it, whether they've done it themselves or it's done by the consultants, they still don't get it right. So what's the point of paying millions and millions to the consultants that gives you shoddy statements or reports? Thank you.
Thank you for those questions. So on the penalties for late or non-submissions, what we did as AGSA, we started to issue material irregularities, and that helped. So if you look at the Free State, we've seen submissions improving, and the Northwest, especially on local government, improving quite significantly. We issued MIs, but we also raised the matter very sharply with the provincial treasuries, the offices of the Premier, as well as the COCTAs, to impress on them their responsibilities as well. So the threat of a penalty was the MI, but we believe that you win more if you get people to understand why this is important, and we spent a great deal of time on that. And then, of course, I'm also of the view that many of these things are also about political leadership. So one of the things that worked in the Free State 2 years ago was we raised the issue of non-submission with the Premier, the then Premier. And he then, a year later, said, look, next year I'm going to make sure the submissions happen. Check them and tell me if they're not submitting, if you can see that there's a threat of non-submission just before the deadline. And we did. So what he did was he called all of the mayors and the MMs and said, you will come to my office and you will submit these financials in front of me. And that's what happened. Submissions improved. Unfortunately, the next year there was a new Premier, and that action wasn't done, and submissions went the other way. So much of it is also about political consequences and political leadership. So, yeah, and we can't issue MIs to politicians. But in terms of the use of consultants, one of the things we've done is to issue MIs, to use our powers of enforcement to compel accounting officers to act. Most of them have acted responsibly. They've cancelled contracts, they've got money back where they were overpaying, they've gone the route of hiring people to actually do the work on a full-time basis, and then, of course, others push back and take us to court. But we do our best to use the MIs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You know, AG, when Honorable Skosana was describing the entities that stay in the yellow and then they regress, I thought for a moment he was talking about Arsenal, a football club. We're not there. Honorable Kubek.
Thank you, Chair, and greetings to the team. From AG. You are being personal now, Chief. Thanks, Chair. Thank you to the AG once again. Chair, I think first a comment on that joint oversight with COCTA and SCOAG on the municipalities. We received a lot of resistance from mayors and municipal managers defending their positions, especially with issues such as the one main issue that they defended a lot was the unfunded budgets, claiming that, yes, our budgets are funded. No, they're not funded. No, but once you take it back and you have a look at it again, it becomes unfunded. So there was a lot of that. So I think the precise and the information that we got from the AG was spot on 99% of the time, to a point where it became difficult for the municipalities to try and wiggle their way out of the problems that we were presenting them with. And just as on a side note, Chair, you call them our technical team now, I hear. The notes that they've given us on these oversight reports, that a lot of them came from the AG, were spectacular, straight to the point, very short. That helped us a lot, given the time constraints we have. And then the one question that I have, Chair, for the AG team, it's with the CFOs, municipal managers, director corporate services, director technical services for these municipalities that are being recycled from one municipality to the next. After he's been caught stealing here and he's got cases here, it gets moved, he gets put into another municipality to continue stealing there. And somehow they actually get seconded by either their political, the municipalities, the councils, the municipal councils either second them, and sometimes you get the MECs of COCTA seconding them. Now, for one, I don't think it's fair for the AG to have to audit something that they know what, if it's this one, you know it's going to end in a disaster. So I think the question there is, what is the AG's thought or comment around having to deal with people that you know are in instances corrupt, have been alleged to be corrupt, but who come from systematic failures in other municipalities and other entities that they've worked in. What is your comment there? Thank you, Chair.
Or maybe maybe a more specific question in this way. I mean, in instances where the accounting officer of an auditee is a person that you've dealt with before, and not in a good way or with better terms, is there a mechanism that allows you to flag that issue or not? Because I think that's where Honorable Kubeka's question ends up, where, it's this guy again.
It's a bit of a difficult thing. So when we audit, we still have to audit with the accounting officer or CFO that's in the seat. And we still have to engage with them in as professional a manner as possible. And we also, have to stomach the representation letter that they send and sign and confirm that what they told us is the whole truth and nothing but the truth. And we've got to accept that because that's what the process demands. So, and also you can't prejudge the matter because often there are allegations, but they go uninvestigated and there's no consequences, right? There's not much we can do, although it's another data thing that the team is busy with. They are looking at, in one of the provinces, they're looking at collating this information so that they can share it with oversight. To say these are the people that we see moving around into these positions. And we can't fire anybody, we can't prosecute anybody. All we can do is flag it with oversight to say these are the elements we are concerned about in terms of how this municipality is running. But I think we're very limited beyond the audit, because we have to audit against whoever's in the seat, if that makes sense.
Thank you, Chair. Does the AG want powers to fire them? We have to get to a point where we can act on these matters. And I want to just, on the same note or spirit, we met with SAICA just before the end of our break. And one of the questions we sought to pose to them, or we posed to them, related to their role in terms of possibly looking into holding SAICA registered CFOs accountable for failure to deliver. What is their qualitative role in ensuring that these CFOs who are their members, they did indicate that not all of them are their members, are actually held accountable where they don't deliver? Because I think the issue here is consequence management and accountability. And I think we've had discussions about it many a times. Some of us hold the view that people who are receiving disclaimers, if you're a CFO and you've been receiving disclaimers more than 10 times, what's the point of you being a CFO? I mean, why is there no database to red flag you so that nobody else should appoint you? I mean, especially in the public sector, because obviously you don't know how to administer effectively the implementation of the MFMA or PFMA. You would have demonstrated over a number of times. So I don't know, I just want to hear your view, because I really believe that we need to move to a point where we can hold people accountable and they can know that there's consequences for failure to deliver, because that's the area which is lacking, which is a leadership problem. I just want your view on that. But flowing from that also is the issue about let me skip this one. It's a leadership problem. I think we've said it many times. It's the leadership problem and corruption issue. We've been on oversight and constituency, where you see that, where you find properties or projects that are completed but not used, where you find a breakdown in communication between departments leading to one department building houses when the another one does not have a budget for water. You know, it's a lack of strategic leadership, but also a corruption issue, because if I've got a budget to procure water, but I don't have a budget to deliver them, I want to quickly expedite and buy the water, keep them there, At least I'm done away with that, even if the end result or the outcome is not delivered. And I think it would be unfair to ask you to resolve it. These people here should speak to their parties to deal with it, or the people on the ground must outvote them. The other issue is I want your opinion on the relationship between audit outcomes. You've cited an improvement from the years before. The audit outcomes, the service delivery, but also linked to that would be a question on the under expenditure. In some municipalities, we're on oversight in Northwest and Gauteng. You find that there's under expenditure on infrastructure grant. And I'm trying to raise this not to say that, I mean, audit outcomes are very important, but so is service delivery. So we don't want a situation where people don't spend money and they get a good audit outcomes. We had many complaints in eThekwini. I don't know, maybe we'll go there some other times, where the municipal manager will sit with files of things, not signing them because is trying to ensure due diligence. I'm not saying due diligence is not important, but the speed at which service delivery also is implemented is very critical. So a balance between the two, so that when we speak about improvement, people on the ground can be able to see live results or some level of correlation in their lived experiences. And I liked what you are saying about data issues, how you're trying to put a put together data to inform or to advise on systematic government implementation, which is also a leadership issue, by the way. I concur with you, because some of us have raised the issue that you've got NSFAS students who are given a grant on the basis that they are from previously disadvantaged families, but when they leave out of there, no one tracks whether they're employed or not. Well, no one even tracks, even after they're employed by government, whether they are paying back the money so that it gives back to the fiscal and then it can be able to refund them. So it's a lack of a systematic thinking in government. Maybe you will be able to come into that space and be able to assist. Yeah, let me pause there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. So let me start with the last comment about the data. So the AGSA can't pronounce on policy, right? But what we can do is give credible, independent insight on where the pitfalls are. And so we try hard to do that. And I'm excited about the direction that we are taking, so that people can make informed decisions, whatever the decision ultimately is. In terms of the correlation between audit outcomes and service delivery and use of grants. So a clean audit depicts an institution where controls are in place. There's a leadership tone that says, this is how we do things around here. It is clear to everybody that's there how things should be done. And I think that's imperative. What we've done is we've looked at the expenditure of grants. And then we're able to see that the ones with clean audits are actually the ones who use their grants and use them properly. And the ones with poorer audit outcomes are the ones that don't use their grants and send them back, or they spend them but they don't spend them properly. Either they spend them paying salaries because they approved an unfunded budget, or they spend that money paying last year's expenses because they've had all these accruals, or they go and appoint contractors who are not going to deliver and overpay for things that they never get. So in that regard, we've seen a direct correlation between a well-running institution and the ability to spend grants. And when I say ability, it's because you've got the capability to do what's required and you have the discipline to monitor that that which is being done is done properly. Does it mean that areas where there's clean audits, there's never a problem? No. We've seen some instances where there is a problem on a project we've looked at in a clean audit environment. But does it mean that areas where there's clean audits, there's never a problem? No. We've seen some instances where there is a problem on a project we've looked at in a clean audit environment. But the audit environments that doesn't exist in the poorer outcomes. In terms of service delivery itself beyond infrastructure projects, what we see is that the auditees with clean audit environments tend to be the ones where there is clarity about what needs to be done and people set about doing it. There are also the environments where we can have a real conversation about mandate. I'll give you an example. For a long time, we used to have the departments of COGTA having clean audits in provinces. And we said, but that makes no sense. How do you have a clean audit in KZN and then you've got problems in the municipalities? It makes no sense, right? So we started to have a different conversation to say, let's go back to your mandate. Let's look at your performance planning. Let's make sure that it deals with the things you're supposed to do. But at least there's a clean audit that you can start a real conversation with. That's why for us, a clean audit is the very basic we should be insisting upon. Why do we still see an improvement in outcomes and yet not a demonstrable improvement in service delivery? And I think that's kind of the substance of what you're asking. If you look at the high impact auditees, they're the ones that aren't improving. The ones with the big budgets and the big service delivery environments. The ones that improved are the smaller audits, smaller budgets, regulatory ones, oversight ones, so the smaller departments. There are very few big auditees that have got clean audits, and that's why you can't correlate the thing. Yeah, I hope that helps us as feedback. Oh, sorry, on the profession, I think the professional bodies have and must continue to be pressured to implement disciplinary processes where things go wrong. And that's important. It'll never solve all the problems. What we see is even if you have a qualified professional, for as long as the political tone and the tone from the head of administration isn't sound, the thing is never going to move. And often people who are CAs don't stay in those environments. Some of them do, but most of them don't. That's why you'll see a high turnover, because they don't stay, because those environments are so difficult to operate in. I have roadshows with the teams I lead, and so we have frank conversations about a number of these things. Yesterday, I asked the team, if you were appointed tomorrow as the head of Department of Health in this particular province, what would you do? And it was interesting. A couple of them said, well, the first thing I would do is I would go and sit down with the MEC and make sure we are aligned. And if I don't have confidence that that executive authority is going to work with me on cleaning up this department, I'm not taking the job. I found that quite interesting. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you very much. Honourable Member.
Thank you very much, Chair. Still good morning to the colleagues and our team from AG. Now, no, Chair, one thing, because we are in a strategic session, so we're helping each other. One thing I would like to first say is appreciation to the Office of the AG. I don't think we appreciate you a lot because you know, in the state of South Africa and the mess that the entire country is in, it's a hopeless situation where you ask yourself, even if we go to oversight, is that which I'm going to hear here true? The level of honesty, the level of integrity. But then one thing that always gives us hope is the level of integrity where your statements and your findings are. Just to say that there is at least there's one institution that its level of integrity is still intact, and it can inform our standing in society as Parliament to say our oversight is legit. We may not know the implementation thereof of that and the impact of our work as oversight bodies. But one thing we know that is it is informed by the most sound advice and scientific proof of what's the reality on the ground. And we must appreciate that, because also the level of crime wherein you have to force your way into certain municipalities, and I don't think they like you. I remember, Chair, allow me, I remember when we're doing interviews with the AG. I think it was at the beginning of COVID. As a woman in this space, what's your level of fear? No, I'm not scared, but my team is always intimidated on the ground. And also the inclusion of women then becomes a skeptic exercise due to our physical strength against the monsters that we deal with on the ground. But the way you include women is very impressive. It means whatever happens, we'll take it. It doesn't matter. Now, I just wanted to say that, Chair, so that we know at least there is some level of integrity and a moral high ground in what we do. But then you've already mentioned one of the areas that is my problem. And yesterday we were speaking about you in your abstention. Not bad though. Chair has already related that we need to intervene on how you get paid. But here is something I learned over time, and it was quite clear in the recent invite, or rather a visit to the municipalities of both Mahikeng and Gauteng and Free State and the Eastern Cape to some extent. Your involvement in the actioning of the MIs. Because, Chair, you get to a municipality like Johannesburg, big enough, already the AG is telling us they don't have capacity to produce sound financial statements, which is a shocker. Like the entire South African economic hub can't employ proper accountants. We can't find them. It's a man-made situation. It's not that we're short of accountants, but what do we do about it? How do we enforce? We can't accept a situation where a metro is categorized as a metro where it's outside, just compiling, leave everything else, compiling. That I received R1, I used 20 cents, and I borrowed 10 cents, we misused 5 cents, and then we have a change of 5 cents. You can't do that. It's a cause for concern. You may be relaying it as a shortfall, but it is a huge cause for concern. I think, Chair, our work has to start there. When we're calling these municipalities, we must start with the metros that cannot employ sound people who can deal with financials. Because if you can't deal with financials, then you can't budget. Then you can't provide service delivery. It's simple like that. Because awukwazi budget, ubunikwe million, awuzazi ba mawuthini, awuzazi noba mawuyibhale njani. At what point are we going to trust you that you are a big metro and then the funding model for you must be correlating to population, whatnot. But you're not doing it accordingly. So that's the first area which is of high concern for me. Also already, and you also coupled with this thing of achieving clean audit for such municipalities. It looks like Nyani, they take it like it's a huge achievement. Okay, achieved. But it is supposed to be like that. However, I think Chair made this point yesterday of the gap between the time you make the findings and the time we act on them is what creates this issue, which then brings me to a question which your office has been working on. There's a new term you introduced, a new program you introduced, I forgot the term. Something that, with the one that is going to implement the real-time audits. Yeah. So, but also they will not be realized for as long as the budget doesn't allow. Because the only remedy in this situation we're in is real-time audits. We have seen it during COVID, and we have seen it during the disaster of KZN. That if we don't follow it now, and then we think we are going to make findings, and then they come a year later, then you get told they were not there. Something that happens with the MIs. You get to Johannesburg, you have given them 5 MIs, I think, or 4 previously. Now they are sitting with 1. They are enjoying the 1. But they are attributing the 4 to something that looks like it doesn't matter. Therefore, it's written off. It's problematic. It's written off without investigation, which your findings and your report clearly states. Investigations, investigation. But I want to understand what will take your office to be involved in the implementation and actioning of the MI? Because what they do now is a tick box exercise. They act like investigating, then write it off. Most municipalities, Chair, were saying, no, it's Eskom, it's electricity and rand water. Rand water, electricity, this big amount is rand water. So no one is responsible for it. It's just that we get invoices, then they sit on accruals, then it becomes on like too much English, and you ask, okay, who was the first person not to pay the invoice? Simple. Because we're not going to sit on accrual if every time the invoice comes in, it's paid for. It talks to the budgeting. You budget what you must give Eskom, you budget what you must give rand water. You didn't do it. That's the end of line. You did not do it. Hence, you sit on accrualing the other invoices, which ultimately becomes an MI. Now you want to tell us there's no one involved. And I'm asking myself, okay, to what extent is AG knowing this? Because all of those MIs are just written off as no one is involved, no one is responsible, it's just accrued invoices. Kanti the accrued invoices ngubani nobe responsible nabe none. Ithini lento. And then the next thing is there's a thingy chair at Eskom. Tenders above 500 million. I think 500 or 50. I'll check. I think it's 50 million. Will be paid over 60 days, no longer 30 days. And that's a space where you are not fully involved because there's Deloitte here. And I want to understand this exemption because there's no law that says you must do that. But there are tenders at Eskom that get paid in 60 days, and it's in contracts. I've downloaded 2 of those bids they've done. And there is clearly an exemption of some sort. But my worry there also, again, is exclusion. Because if you say tender, if you can pay your workers for 2 months in advance, so who can afford to pay a scope of 50 million at Eskom for 2 months in advance? It's big establishments. It's not the ones with smaller stuff who also want to get there. They have the expertise, they have the skill, they know how to do it, they know, but they can't afford to pay staff which high technicians at the highest salaries for 2 months. There will be no less than 50 people on site in advance. It may be working for economic reasons or funds available to Eskom, but for our economy and for our equality sense that we are trying and striving to change is not going to help. If we can have Eskom that has a standard of 60 days when you tender, and you must accept the 60 days in the bidding document, it's problematic. I want to understand from you, AG, how did it come about? Maybe you know. And what is this exclusion? Where does it come from? Then another thing, again, at Deloitte, there was a shortcoming with Deloitte at Eskom. And that shortcoming led to courts and then fining Deloitte and all of those things. The last engagement we had with them was that, no, that was another component of Deloitte. The auditing is another component. When you look at Deloitte's profile, they have about 7 services. So it begs a question as to, if you mess the state up in one of your profiles, but you are the same person, you are excluded in accountability on the others. I don't think that's morally correct if we seek to have a society that does not have corruption. There is that green area or gray area where Deloitte is concerned, and its continuity is determined or dependent on how we view the Deloitte profile and accept it thereof. If we're accepting that Deloitte is fine, they could have done what they did with that tender, fined, paid, we will still excuse them. Then let's excuse everyone. Let's not blacklist no one. Let's not expel or dismiss officials. It's a mistake. Well, let's accept it. I want to understand then what becomes your view on that one. No, that's it, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The MI responses. So, what I think we still need to get even better about is to make sure that we equip oversight with timely information on how these MIs are being dealt with, right? So that there's not too much time between us raising it and by the time anyone picks it up, they say, oh, it's resolved and life has moved on. But we're able to keep giving you updates on where it is and what the substantive issues are. I'm also clear that we have to keep getting better, this is now my team, at insisting that the systemic problem be resolved. So before you came in, I was giving an example of what happens in the health sector where assets are not being used. And what we will say is the matter has been resolved because the ward has now been brought into use. A ward that was there, invested in, but not being used. We raise an MI, somebody fixes it, and we move on because we say the matter has been resolved. But actually, beyond that MI, there's a systemic problem. And so we have to get good about figuring out what is the systemic problem and how do we deal with it. And I think what officials do is they'll tick the box and say, well, this particular issue has been resolved. And of course, council has the right and the authority to write off. Once they've written off, they've written off. Well, there's not much we can do about it because it's council that has the authority. We can't push back on their authority to write off. But I think we can keep getting better at the transparency on what the issues are. The reality is that there are authority levels granted where it creates other problems. I'll just make the point slightly differently. The irregular expenditure framework now says that if you have irregular expenditure that's been identified and there's still some concern about clarifying something about it, whether you want to fight a technical point with the National Treasury or the AG, you have some time to deal with it. So it says you disclose it not as irregular expenditure in your financial statements for the year, but you disclose it as irregular expenditure under assessment, and it must go into your annual report. It doesn't go in your financial statements. So that's what the law says, and you have some time to go and investigate it and then deal with it. But what it means is that the audit report that you'll get and the annual financial statements that you'll get as SCOPA will say nothing about that issue. And yet, between us as auditors and the accounting officer, we're aware there's a problem. But they've been able to say, I don't agree with your finding, AG, let's sign off the audit, and the law says I can put it in my annual report and it goes and disappears, kind of, because it disappears for a year. So what we've now decided is, as AGSA, we don't make the rules. But what we must do is when we come to you for this year of PFMA, we will give you in our briefing the detail of this irregular expenditure under assessment. And why it's important for us to do it is to draw your attention to say, oversight, on page XYZ of the annual report, there is irregular expenditure under assessment. These are the issues. So when the accounting officer comes to you, you don't miss the point. And you can say, tell us about it, because now, by the time we issue the report, it's July. By the time they come to you, it's October. There's enough time for them to have undertaken a proper assessment. And I think that'll start to close out some of these behaviors. So that's the undertaking that I'm making, and something that we've agreed upon in the last few days, because as we engage with our teams, we realize where the risks are. And I think this is another one where, even on the MIs, we should be able to give you clearer view of what we make of the write-offs, either in the briefing or in the submissions to yourselves. The authority, unfortunately, doesn't sit with us, right, to set the standards or to even write off. It sits with council. All we can do is try hard to overcome the transparency hurdles that seem to be presenting over time. I hope that helps with the response. There are also elements where decisions are made by the people empowered to make them. So such as the one about Eskom and its board or management team having made a decision about what's going to work for them. I don't know that they have an exemption from the need to pay within 30 days, but they would have made a policy decision. I think as AGSA, we probably can't interfere with that. You know, I think that's for them to engage with yourselves on. I don't even think it's an audit issue. It's a matter around why are they making this decision? Is it a compelling case, and how do they mitigate the risks that arise in terms of the exclusion or the potential exclusion from smaller emerging enterprises entering the space? It might look and feel like a compliance problem, but actually it's a policy decision that the people empowered to make those decisions are able to make them. They must just be held accountable for it through engagement with yourself. In terms of Deloitte, yes, you're quite right. They had a problem around the consulting business. And a problematic tender with Deloitte, with Eskom many years ago. And they, from my understanding and even the feedback I've had from the time and also more recently, they've had they engaged with Eskom at the time, they concluded on the matter, they paid a fine, I think they did. And that was long before they entered the story as the auditors of Deloitte. So from what I see, is that you do have in Deloitte at the moment in Eskom an independent auditor that provides a quality audit as confirmed by IRBA on a regular basis, and one that is able to attend to the responsibilities that come with having to audit Eskom at this time. There are other entities where there were problems, they've either paid fines and they're able to move on. One might agree or disagree on whether the extent of the fine is adequate or whether that's adequate punishment. But I still think there must be some ability to redeem. In this country, you've got 4 big firms, international firms. Then you've got SNG, which is significantly smaller but important as a player in our profession. And then you've also got BDO, which is also small. But all of those firms, or relatively small, right? So all of those firms have got black leaders, if I remember correctly. In fact, all of them. There isn't one that doesn't have. They have ongoing programs to ensure that they have transformation in their partnership base. And they have ongoing attention to dealing with the ethical and quality management issues within their audit environments in particular. And that's something, certainly from an AGSA point of view, we pay particular attention to. I don't know that it's helpful to dismiss an institution like that from our entire machinery as AGSA or as the public sector. At the moment, Deloitte even audits Transnet as internal auditors appointed by their board a few years ago. So they are in the public audit space or in the public sector space in different forms. I believe that we have to keep watching for their posture, their quality management processes, their commitment to ethical practices, whether it's KPMG or Deloitte or EY or PwC or any of the firms. All of us as a profession have to keep watching for all of those things, and I think yourselves as Parliament also equally have to keep watching for these things, because even if you say, well, we're not happy with Deloitte auditing Eskom today, well, so who's going to do internal audit at Transnet? Is it going to be PwC? Well, PwC had a problem the other time. Is it going to be KPMG? Well, KPMG's been a redemptive drive for the last 7 years or something like that. And I think they've done well. The thing is, you need that capacity, and you need those firms to be credible, to have capacity, to have a commitment to serving South Africans in the public sector and private sector. So that's where I sit on it. I think you were asking, how do I see things? That's where I sit on it. I think where there are problems, we must pick them up, we must deal with them. There must be consequences, and there must be corrective action that is demonstrable. And I think in all of those instances, one can see it. So, yeah.
Right, AG and your team, thank you very much for coming through. I know that you had another program that I kind of strong-armed you out of, so to be here, because I felt that it's, I mean, both for the session and these matters around auditing, because you did send me a letter, but we did discuss that. I think a face-to-face with the committee, given the mandate of the committee, is important so that we can ventilate the issues in the manner in which we have. And we will be in touch with your team through Mr. Tikubus. He's not here today, but to do some of those follow-ups, because what we want to do is to sharpen our oversight, and the quality of the insight that we get from your team also depends on the feedback that we give on an ongoing basis. We will also share with your team, with you and your team, the areas of focus that we've chosen out of this 2-day session as a committee, so that you also know exactly in which areas to help us with and give us further insights that we can keep evolving into our annual performance plan, so that we also able to meet our mandate. So thank you very much, AG. I know we've run a little over and you've got another engagement just now, but thank you very much. We'll release you. Thank you so much. All right, thanks. Honorable members, can we take a quick break and then come back? Here's why. There are reports that Honorable Mende and her colleagues in the 6th Parliament had approved about irregular expenditure, which now need to be effected in the budget. So in order for that to happen, we do need to basically opine on whether we concur that they must go through, or whether the finance minister must then take them out and we basically re-evaluate them afresh. My sense is that we look at the issues. I've had a look at all of them. Thanks very much. I've had a look at all of them, and I feel that the previous committee did the job as they should have done, but let's have the conversation and see if we agree. So can we take a 5-minute body break and then come back? Thank you. Secretary's office, from the Treasury, actually, from National Treasury, and the National Assembly from the Speaker's office. So this is not irregular expenditure; it's unauthorized expenditure. So in terms of the PFMA, in order for the minister in the revision of the budget to effect the changes that are necessary, SCOPA has to opine. So Treasury comes here, they make a presentation about how this unauthorized expenditure is to be treated. The committee deliberates and makes a decision about whether they concur or not. That's the long and the short of it. This process was done in the 6th Parliament. The reports were prepared. They simply never, it was put in the ATC, but the National Assembly did not process, did not vote on them. The Treasury now wants to effect the decisions of SCOPA in the 6th Parliament, right, in the October budget. In order to do so, we must approve this by Friday. And that's a time pressure, first of all. In the event that we want to make our own decisions, we must invite Treasury to come and do the presentation again. And then they send us the same report, and then we opine on whether we agree with them or not, which means those deductions and things that SCOPA had said must be done will then have to be held over until next year when they can be done. So my sense is that, and I asked for this to be sent to the members, my sense was that, at least on the face of it, the decisions made by SCOPA in the 6th Parliament were sound in respect of where funds need to be deducted and so on. And in cases where, as in the case of COVID, expenditure had to happen because there was an emergency, we can't go back and say, well, you should have gone in a 3-month procurement process. So there is one instance where that happened. But what we need to do is to revive them by having this discussion and then sending the report to the National Assembly so that it can be voted on now in this term before we close. And then the Finance Minister can effect the changes in the medium-term budget policy statement and so on. The Secretariat has also told me that there were 2 that were outstanding because the Treasury needed to come and present here. Those are not included here. So the Treasury must still come back so that we can opine on those, and those will be effected at another time. So that's the long and the short. What the committee secretariat has also alerted me to is that there was an error in the write-up that was done here by the committee, in that the relevant section is section 34. It then has subsections. Instead of saying subsection 2, it was written the subsection B, which is a different thing. And I'm going to read the section so that the members can understand what it is that we are referring to. So it says, it's under unauthorized expenditure, that's the chapter. And unauthorized expenditure does not become a charge against a revenue fund, except when A, the expenditure is an overspending of a vote and Parliament or a provincial legislature, as may be appropriate, approves as a direct charge against a relevant revenue fund, right? An additional amount for that vote which covers the overspending, which means it gets drawn from the revenue funds. Subsection B says the expenditure is unauthorized for another reason, and Parliament or a provincial legislature, as may be appropriate, authorizes the expenditure as a direct charge against the relevant revenue fund. So that's a subsection that the typo said. What it should have said: unauthorized expenditure does not become a charge against the revenue fund except when, if it's not supposed to be subsection 1, it's supposed to be 2, which says if Parliament or a provincial legislature does not approve in terms of subsection 1, which is the one that I read, which says take it from the revenue fund, an additional amount for the amount of any overspending, which is what is at play here. That amount becomes a charge against the funds allocated for the next or future financial years under the relevant vote, which means we say instead of you getting X amount next time, we are basically allocating you less the amount that you had overspent with. That's what it means, right? So you understand? So it's a very important distinction. In other words, we won't take it from the revenue fund and close the gap. We'll take it from your future allocation here in terms of the vote. So that's what it says. That's the correction that's going to be made. I've asked Ndando to put up the ATCs because I don't want us to do a blanket thing. I had it sent to the members, but I think it's also important that we read through. It's very quick. It's not a long document at all. We will read the background and the recommendation, Ndando, if that's okay. So this one related to cooperative governance on Valentine's Day last year. Considered and heard evidence on the unauthorized expenditure of the Department of Cooperative Governance in relation to previous years and reports as follows. The committee notes that unauthorized expenditure totaling 1.123 million, which consists of 430,000 on Program 1 and 693 in Program 7, in the 2006-7 financial year, higher than budget expenditure, which is the unauthorized expenditure on travel and subsistence in respect of Commission on Traditional Leadership. So the mitigation action is no budget provided by the department for the operations of the commission, and the department did not request any, what is that term? Okay, as the only underspending in the budget was on the municipal infrastructure grant, which is specifically earmarked. No indication of remedial action provided for by the department, and therefore, having considered the above matter, the committee recommends that an amount of 430,000, Program 1 and 693 in Program 7, should be financed as a reduction in the department's future allocation. I think we get it now. So basically, that was the decision. So basically it says no budget provided, did not request the environment, etc. So we will take it from your future allocation. So that's the first one. Okay, and I think for me that was a sound decision by the committee given the circumstance. So that's Honorable Nilme.
Chair, when it says the amount of 430,000, I'm worried because there's a full stop between the 430. Should that full stop not be taken away?
It should, yeah. Thank you for that. Okay, so members, are we happy with this one? Because I just want us to go through each one specifically.
And also the financial year now, because remember we adopted it in 2024. So when there's AG's report that we must take it to AG, the conclusion, I think number 5.
Yes.
The financial year also we have to amend it now.
To 24, 25, 26.
26, yes.
Okay, so we'll make the amendment. Okay,
yes.
All right, thank you. Okay, so that's the first one. The second one, Ndando. Okay, Department of Telecommunications. The background is that the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies has an authorized expenditure of 4.74 million for 2013-2014 financial year, and that was an authorized expenditure comprises the following items. From 2012, at the time of preparing the appropriation bill, and March 2014, the rand depreciated by 21% against the US dollar. Membership fees to international organizations are charged in US dollars. As a result, the department incurred an authorized expenditure of 4.74 million to the following organizations. So in other words, the amount anticipated ended up being bigger, and those subscriptions had to be maintained. The recommendation, therefore, in number 3 is that in line with section 34(1) of the PFMA, the committee recommends that the unauthorized expenditure should be financed as a reduction of the department's future allocation in terms of section 34(1), right? Not B. Right. That's what we mean of the PFMA. So that is the recommendation made by SCOPA. I also thought that is a sound decision by the committee. Honorable Nilmay?
Chair, sorry, I just want to check. Is it 4.71 million?
Yeah.
I just wanted to check. So that full stop is correct.
Yes.
Thanks.
Okay, I have to assist me with the full stops because... okay. The third, right, is Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities on Valentine's Day in 2024. And that is the department incurred an authorized expenditure of 27 million at the end of that financial year. And they overspent on the main division of the vote program 1 by 25 million. On the further breakdown of the unauthorized expenditure, it reflects that it was mainly on compensation of employees amounting to 11.4 million, goods and services 12.4 million in the financial year stated. When it was still part of the presidency. And as of the 2011-12 financial year, it became a fully fledged standalone department. So in other words, they were under the presidency directly, and then they became a standalone department thereafter. The contributing factors for the overspending on the compensation of employees were due to the appointment of officials to capacitate the support functions in the administration program, as well as the capacity in the administration of children's rights. So in essence, they now had to capacitate the ministry by the department by hiring people, because they were not a department before. That became unauthorized expenditure, right? A turnaround strategy was developed and implemented during 2012-13 financial year, which led to the non-incurring of the unauthorized expenditure linked to the inadequate internal controls as identified in the investigation. Right? Number 2, unauthorized expenditure incurred in 2015-16 in the Department of Women. Right? Incurred unauthorized expenditure of 2.2 million. The overspending occurred on 2 main divisions, Program 1, Administration, Program 3, Policy and Stakeholder Coordination and Knowledge Management. Then number 3, unauthorized expenditure incurred in 2019-20 financial year in the Department of Women, Youth and People with Disabilities incurred unauthorized expenditure in 2019-20 amounting to 3.2 million. So it states what the programs were, and the recommendation there is that the unauthorized expenditure should be financed as a reduction of the department's future allocation in terms of 34.12, right, of the PFMA. The committee recommends, so we're almost done. The committee further recommends that the AG should follow up on all matters, and therefore will fix the financial year, right? And then we get to the fourth one, and that relates to Department of Justice and Correctional Services. The unauthorized expenditure overspending was 121,000 for employees below the salary level of 12. Adjustments to the medical aid contributions and budget reductions. With proper financial management, this could have been avoided since the COE budget was underspent. The mitigating actions and steps taken: presentation of EYM reports to the Budget Committee, National Management Committee, etc., conducting monthly financial meetings, quarterly analysis of financial variables. Having considered the above matter, the committee recommends that an amount of 121,000 should be financed as a reduction in future allocation. That's, in fact, all but one of these makes that recommendation. Okay, then we make the adjustment in terms of financial year, and then we get to the next one, and that is the 5th report, and that is Department of Social Development. This was, and please let's take note, members, this was 15.134 billion. This was when COVID occurred, in short, and there was a decision, if you remember, there was a family meeting and there was a decision to pay certain monies out to affected people, was paid towards the, okay, just go back, Ndando, because I need to, no, it's fine. But this is the monies that was paid in social grants, and I think the SRT grant, was it here as well? It was part of it. So that's what it was for. So there was no time to come back to Parliament, redo the appropriations and so on. So that's what that money is for. 15.3 billion was paid towards social grants for which it was budgeted. Early payment of social grants, April 20 payments made in March 2020, resulting in overspending in the 2019-20 budget, resulted in overspending on the main division of the vote. Mitigating actions, so it's not a function of negligence nor poor planning, but emergency response. Funding for grants was allocated in 2021. The social grants payments were accounted for in 2019-20 financial year and financial statements. So the committee then, having considered the above matter, it recommends that in this case, it's drawn from the National Revenue Fund, because this was not poor planning or negligence in this case. Okay? The section there should be correct. Yes, okay. Yes. Okay? All right. Okay. We'll fix the financial year there. The second last, this relates to State SA. In CAD, unauthorized expenditure in the financial years, 37.8 million, 56.7 million, and 47.6 million, due to significant budget reductions on compensation of employees. Overspending at economic classification level, particularly in instances where such overspending did not cause overspending in programs, to be reclassified as a regular expenditure. Unauthorized expenditure incurred by the department is mainly on the compensation of employees due to budget reductions implemented by National Treasury. The mitigating actions placed a moratorium on the filling of positions as they became vacant, also implemented environments across programs and economic classifications, but not enough. So it states what the money movements were. Additional funding to cover fill positions provided from 2021. Organizational restructuring was also implemented. 98 vacant positions were identified as redundant or abolished. The recommendations are that the 11.3 million be funded as a charge against funds allocated to the department for the future years in accordance with the relevant section. 26.4 million be a direct charge against a National Revenue Fund. 2018-19 future years in accordance with the relevant section, and the 48 million against the National Revenue Fund. 2019-2020, the unauthorized expenditure should be financed as a direct charge against the National Revenue Fund. Just as a comment, I participated in the budget vote on State SA. It appears everyone now recognizes the madness of the cost reduction. So there's a process in place to refund State SA. The committee further recommends that the AG follow up on all matters raised above and report it as an audit outcome for the relevant financial year. So you'll make the amendment done, report to be considered. And then the last one relates to, there are 7, right? Just want to be sure. This is the last one. The Department of Public Service Administration, the committee knows that they are unauthorized. This was 8.8 million during 2013-14. Overspending on administration program under the ministry sub-program. The overspending arose from expenditure related to additional members appointed to the then minister's advisory body and increased personnel in the minister's office outside what the government gazette in the budget in the office of the minister provided for. Although the money was reprioritized from other spending areas, these variants were restricted by the 8% threshold in section 43.2 of the PFMA. In the end, the variants applied were not sufficient to cover all the operational costs, particularly costs related to travel and subsistence for the advisory body. The objectives associated with the ministry should have been addressed using what is laid down by the government gazette and the outcome of normal budget processes. As such, unauthorized expenditure incurred by the department budget was avoidable. The recommendation should be financed as a reduction against future allocations. And, okay, it makes a recommendation by the AG. We fix the financial year to 25-26 and the report to be considered. So those are the reports. Oh, are there 8? Okay, sorry. This is the independent police, so this is IPID, right? There's 10. Oh, sorry, I missed. Okay, I'm sorry. So the Right, so it was then IPID, well, it's still IPID, in relation to previous years and reports as follows. This is 2005-6, Program 3. The unauthorized expenditure was 91,000. And in 2008-9, it was 800,000 as a result of unanticipated interface on the PESAL system, which occurred on 30 March, a day before the end of the financial year. On 31 March 2009, the department discovered that there was an unavoidable PESAL interface transaction that took place on 30 March 2009 for employees' salaries and allowances. The interface affected the compensation of employees as the amount involved was more than the available budget on the compensation of employees at that point in the financial year. This resulted in overspending at vote level. The department implemented internal controls and cost containment measures. There has been no unauthorized expenditure recorded since then. Right? Okay. The recommendation was that this be taken from future allocations, which is what the finance minister is going to do. And then we fix the financial year for the AG's action. Okay, this one is the Department of Basic Education. Sorry?
No, sure, I was just looking at there's an error in the document.
Where was it?
Recommendation.
In there?
In the recommendation.
Where's the error?
It says, there we go. Instead of 91.
So instead of?
91. Oh, no, it's correct. Sorry.
Is it? No. Okay, sorry, there's no error here. So Denzel made an error in spotting an error. Okay, so this is Department of Basic Education, and this is 2014-15. So this was on the National Teacher Award ceremony. Right, the department planned to spend more than what had been allocated for these awards and to offset the overspending by shifting savings from other areas within the vote. The department only realized after 31 March 2015 that they had required National Treasury approval. So they shifted the money. They did not get National Treasury approval. The department did not take disciplinary action against any official for the unauthorized expenditure, as no official benefited unduly from the expenditure, and the funds were used for various goods and services related to the National Teacher Awards. The resultant overspending on a main division is unauthorized expenditure. It could have been avoided if the department had followed better financial management. Having considered the above and the relevant section, so that would be 34.1.2, that it be the committee further finances a reduction, correct? And the committee further recommends that the AG should follow up on all matters and report in 25-26. The 10th report and the final one, this refers to the Department of Minerals and Energy at the time. The unauthorized expenditure was 14.8 million. The department was unable to make the final transfer to the Integrated National Electrification Program. Payment was rejected on 24 March 2010 due to the banking details of the municipality not being verified. Rejected again in 2010 due to a spelling error in the name of the municipality. Oh my God. The department transferred funds to the municipality that were initially allocated in 2009-10, only in 2010-11. After the rejection of payment, the Office of the Accountant General confirmed that the then Department of Minerals and Energy successfully verified the transaction on 31 March 2010. Splitting the Department of Minerals and Energy meant that the newly created Department of Energy's financial systems and financial management structure was in a transitional state. The newly created DOE only began verifying banking details on 26 April 2020. Anyway, so the department could have asked for a rollover in terms of Regulation 641, internal audit mandated to investigate and verify whether proper processes were followed, and found that there was non-compliance with the 2009 Division of Revenue Act and the MOA. Since 2011, the banking details have been verified by the National Treasury and the controls have since tightened. The department has put corrective measures in place. the recommendation is that having considered the matter, recommends that an amount of 14.86 million should be financed as a reduction in the department's future allocations in terms of section 34.12. The conclusion is that the AG should take the necessary action. So those are the reports, honorable members. Are we happy to send these through to the National Assembly on that basis? No, I have to take serious. No jokes here. Honorable Nilmay, and then Honorable Madla, Honorable Skosana, and then Honorable Madla.
No, thank you, Chairperson, and thank you for your for correcting the reports that are before us. You have given us a clear background into why these reports are only coming through now, and having perused them as you have gone through them, I would have no problem in confirming that we take them forward. Thank you. That we pass them today.
All right, thank you very much. Honorable Skosana.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. Yeah, I would like to second Honorable Nilmay with an understanding that these reports were ready to be presented in the House before the end of the term of the 6th administration. Unfortunately, due to maybe the volume of the reports that were supposed to be tabled in the National Assembly, this report could not be tabled. So we are reviving them so that they can be tabled in the National Assembly. So on the basis of that, I second it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honorable Madlala.
Thank you, Chair. I think if the reports were ready, I did not capture that the reason why they have to come back to us. If they had already been processed by this committee in the 6th administration, my thinking would have been that they need to then be just dusted up and sent through.
That's what we're doing.
So if that's the case, then what liberty are we at to contradict the decisions of the 6th administration? Because if we had that opportunity, there are areas where I believe consequence management should have been administered. A saying that says, no, the department did not do anything about it, and then, we just have to agree with that. But if our mandate is not to agree on it, it's just to look and say we have no, a role to play in terms of whether it goes forward. We can't stop that. But if we are to agree, I'm not in agreement with a lot of things that are there. Thank you.
So by the way, we can still insist on consequence management. What we're specifically approving here are the deductions from. Basically, the committee decided that you should have done better. We're going to reduce your allocation in future. So this is relating to the budget. It's just that in the report, they are also noting that whether there was consequence management or not. In the event that in the course of our oversight, we want to talk about consequence management with the same entities, we can. So we're not stopped from doing that. We're simply directing the finance minister to deduct the monies from their future allocations. Otherwise, they draw it from the National Revenue Fund, which effectively is an addition of their budget when they should have done better. So I just want to be clear with that.
I think I will just note that because in the report, then in my own comprehension, it should say we recommend the deduction. We also recommend, it must be a full report. And that was the problem, that you adopt this one thing and then you are told it's closed. The matter is closed, the report was adopted. But I note your explanation and I reserve my comment on.
All right, no, thank you very much, honorable members. So we agree that we send the reports to be ATC'd again and to be effected in the budget process. Thank you very much, honorable members. What we'll just need to do beyond this, they're the outstanding ones, let's just process them proactively. Yeah, because when the letter arrived, I nearly fell off my chair myself. Thank you very much, honorable members. We adjourn. We'll see each other next. Sorry? Oh, I forgot.
Yes, our study tour.
Oh, yes. Oh, my apologies. We were supposed to discuss it earlier. before the AG arrived, but the AG arrived before we expected it. Can you please put that up, Ndando? Oh, please, please. Sorry, I apologize. I'm going to look like I don't want this study tour to happen because I keep forgetting what it's called. I wish to assure the members that that's not the case. There you go. So, sorry? No, but there was a report that you... Okay, so the first one is to... Sorry, so members, let me just ask, did you have an opportunity to read this? Okay, it came today. Okay, so let me first ask this question. Is there a member with an objection to the list, first of all, provided? In other words, because there is a short list that is provided, it's the UK, it is Canada, it is Australia, right? And following the guidelines we gave, broad similarities in parliamentary system, the relationship with the AG, the presence of state-owned companies and agencies, etc., etc. So those were the recommendations, right? So are we happy with the shortlist, firstly? Okay, we're happy with the shortlist. The second thing is, can I get a sense of the members' feelings about what we should choose out of this? Because for me, having read all, I would be happy to go to any, except this consideration, and it's a physical consideration. We have to go early next year. Some places are colder than others at that time. That's all I will say. So, guys, so can I do a poll of the members in terms of what the proposals are, and we can just note, and then we'll go. Right, Honorable Atkinson.
I'd probably put UK as number 1, and then Australia as number 2.
Okay.
In terms of the fact that Canada is going to be very, very cold at that time.
Okay, I wasn't saying don't choose it. I was just mentioning. Okay, Honorable Isaac. Don't say Mpumalanga, please. That's not a country. That's not a country. Please.
Yeah. Look, indeed, the systems in the three countries are quite similar in terms of their operations, and they also have like what we call an NCOP, etc. But I'm just thinking of Australia because I've traveled quite often there. It would mean us going to Canberra in Australia, although the weather would be perfect early next year. Now, if there's an 8-hour time change, we must bear that in mind. They are 8 hours ahead, okay? And it would mean going to Canberra, which is in the outback. In terms of time, traveling days, itinerary, I'm not sure how that works out. Canada is great, but maybe the UK...
Honorable Isaac, make a decision. Make a decision, Honorable Isaac.
Chair, I would be quite honest. Look, I mean, I'm not a guy that enjoys winter, but I think Canada would be a tremendous experience.
Okay. We'll note you down for Canada. Honorable Nilmay.
Yes, no, thank you, Chair. I looked at the three areas. I've chosen the UK, and my reasons are that it is an overnight flight, which is not going to take too much of those 17 hours travel, etc., across the Atlantic, across the oceans. So for me, the systems, what I read with regards to the UK, I'm going for the UK. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Honorable Bila. UK, Honorable Skosana.
UK seconded.
Hey. Everybody wants to go to the colonial masters, but okay, let's. Jeez. Honorable Nondenj.
UK, Chair.
Way. Honorable Kupek.
Yeah, Chair, let's go to the colonial masters, Chair.
Okay.
The colonial masters.
Honorable Mandlala.
Is Congo available? Why are we not benchmarking in our African countries? I'll support what Kupeka said, UK.
There's not too much scope.
Okay, honorable man, we're talking statutory here. People are making choices, and the colonial masters are winning and stuff.
Doche in the end aphosa endaweni enzima ndixolisa.
No, it's okay.
This liquor amendment bill we introduced is keeping me out of the committee for a long time. No, it's difficult for me to make a choice because it must be informed by what we want to achieve. Which one is the best in terms of systems? I remember our last one, if I may draw the experience, was India, simple because they had a system which is like the IFMS. And it gave us exactly what it achieves in terms of a supply chain and good governance and the correlation between AG and the system of procurement and how they keep everything intact. So if we are going to a country that does that, that will be our choice. I'm not sure. Well, I didn't know what were the choices and what informs the choices. So I'll listen.
Sorry, Honorable Atkinson?
Chair, just making a point, and this is through family experience, because I've got family who have been part of the UK government, and I do know that the public accounts committees in the UK are particularly strong. And my cousin, who was actually a Director-General of Defence in the UK, she was quite excited when she heard us on Scopa, and she spoke to me about her experiences of appearing before the public accounts committees in the UK Parliament and how extensive that is, and it sounded very similar to what we're doing. So I think their systems are very congruent to what we're doing as well. So I think that would be very interesting. Just my comment.
Chair, this motivation may make us to change our mind. I think still want to visit his families there.
So, no, Honorable Madam, I mean, there were other considerations the members had, apart from the similarities in systems. So there was also consideration for traveling time, and therefore how much time we spend on the ground doing the actual work. If you're going to Australia, you travel across several time zones, and then you've got to come back. There's jet lag, the times are not the same, and therefore I think the consideration of the UK for some members is that we simply travel overnight, we spend more time on the ground, and we come back and we hit the ground running when we get back here. So there were also logistical considerations. My view was Australia, but I see I've been outnumbered because they have some similarities with us in various ways. So it's still a country that still needs to do a lot of this infrastructure investment still because of the size of the country. It is a resource-based economy like ours, so ports are important. You know, companies like Transnet, the rate effectiveness of the rail system, etc., etc. So those were the considerations for me, given some of the areas that we've chosen to focus on, even though I was still considering the issues of time and travel. I've looked at the UK. I am comfortable that we can, but my first choice was actually Australia in this context, even though I don't want to travel. I would prefer not to travel across time zones, but I felt that in terms of the issues that often come to the committee, a lot of the nonsense happens with infrastructure that we have to deal with, and expenditure on infrastructure, and those controls and so on. The second reason, or the last reason I thought Australia is that they tend to be absolutely meticulous with the record keeping. It's unbelievable. They are too procedured in my view in many instances, but the record keeping is impeccable, and they insist on it, which makes the auditing a lot easier when you do it. This problem with lack of preparation of financial statements and so on would be less of an issue if we were as meticulous, at least with the record keeping that we gotta do. Even these reports we're dealing with here, you know, if you kept proper record and you knew what was where, you wouldn't have that problem. So that was my view, colleagues. But Parliament is also a democratic institution. And therefore, I will go with the view of the Honorable Neil May.
Chair, I think also one of the things maybe we can look at is compare the costs. Is it cheaper to go to Australia or is it cheaper to go to the UK? And the time. And I thought, because that comparison hadn't been, I didn't want us to land up on the front pages of the Sunday Times to say Scopa has spent 5 million rand going to Australia, or I'm just using that as an example. Whereas an overnight flight and a short period, I just wanted to check. I mean, obviously Australia is also, as we put it, probably number 2 on our list. But once we compare which would be the most cost effective, which would be the most practical logistically for us, because one of the areas that I wanted to say is that if we go on a study tour, we all go.
Yes,
and
ma'am.
not just half. We all go on the study tour, and that to me is important. I would rather cut the cost so that all of us go and not leave any behind. Thank you.
Members, I think that's a good suggestion. So can we, so it's clear that the UK and Australia are the top 2. Can we then ask to work with the Parliament Secretariat to do a proper cost estimation of what would, keeping in mind that the pound is where it is. Then we just ask the team to come back and report to the committee and we make a final decision. Is that okay? Because the budget we've been allocated is finite. It's not, they're not going to increase it. So we have to spend.
So, Chair, just to confirm, it will be for only full members of the committee, it won't be for alternates as well.
It will be for full members of committee.
Yeah. The alternates, yeah. And then the second thing was the trip to Australia. Was it to one destination, i.e. Canberra, or was it to a number of destinations?
So, look, I think let's focus on the federal government and the state in which Canberra is. I think it's ACT, right? So that gives us that combination so that we don't have to travel up and down. All right. So can we just take 2 weeks? So by the time we close, can we just do that presentation for the committee? We can take 30 minutes before one of the hearings and we present the costs to the committee and then we make a final determination. Cost and logistics. Thank you, members. Thank you very much. We can adjourn. Apparently there's lunch for the last time.